just gotta put, they should be on.
For the.
Oh, no, I don't believe so. No.
Everything okay? House? Everything okay with your house? You're welcome. You know, if you need something, call me anytime. Call me anytime.
Okay, it's time, folks. All right, you ready? Mine's on. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the July 9th, 2026 Town Board meeting. What we'll do is introduce some folks here, and then we'll go to the pledge, and then go to the board agenda. So to my left, we have our Assistant Personnel Director, Christina Lacey, Police Chief Ron Fontaine, Highway Superintendent Rick Sherman, First Ward Councilman Vincent Prestera, Third Ward Councilman David Reynolds. To my right is Deputy Supervisor and Councilman for the Fourth Ward, David Tehan, Town Attorney Herb Colley, Second Ward Councilman John Latini, our Town Clerk Michelle Moran, and Deputy Town Clerk Sue Keller. So welcome everyone, and at this time I ask you to please stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I apologize, we have from the media Alexis Manor. I always forget you. I'm sorry. You're not forgettable. So, first up, we have a lot of presentations here this evening. We have Dresser Malecki to talk about our 24 audit review. If you want to come up and introduce yourself, and we could probably tee up your presentation. This is so far away.
Good evening, everyone.
Is that on? Okay.
Matt Mantello from Dresser Malecki performed the town's external audit, so the financial statement audit on the year ended 12/31/2024. We have a presentation for you to present the results of the audit.
You do.
Wait for that to come up. It's important to kind of set the stage of what an external audit is, because that term is thrown around a lot. Our primary purpose is to look at your financial records and financial statements, and our primary responsibility is to provide an opinion on your financial statements. So are they reliable, or do they fairly state the town's financial position? So you as a board, can you rely on the records? So obviously it's a very important component, because you're making budget decisions, you're making operating decisions. You need to be able to rely on the records that are being brought to you. So the role of the external audit is we're an independent third party, so we are free of conflicts of interest with the town. We don't have any ties to the town. All of our staff members have to actually attest to that every fiscal year for all of our 5 clients. So it allows them to be objective when they're performing the audit, and then ultimately when we're providing that opinion on the financial statements. That's an independent audit. And when you're talking about third parties, they seek that reliance because, and again, it's an independent party, it's an independent verification.
You have a clicker,
I have a
so.
clicker, yeah. Right, so here we are for, so I say we're a little bit delayed to perform the results for 2024 fiscal year. I'll explain that a little bit and where we are today. And I'll actually give you a status on the 2025 one. So.
Let's go down first. Click.
One thing of note, obviously, we're reporting on the 12/31/2024 fiscal year, and we're here in 2026. So that's not a normal period, we're kind of getting caught up. But what I can say is, at the point where we got the trial balance, that's the starting point of the audit, that was April 2026. So you've worked with an outside firm to assist in getting the records ready. We started performing our fieldwork in April and issued the report in June. So that is a normal process as far as audits and local governments. Obviously, that's different from the past. So I'll talk. Have a modification for your government-wide because of capital assets. Those records go back several years, and there's not a physical inventory updated every year. They haven't been maintained as far as the reporting records. I know that's something that town is looking at going forward in the cost benefit. And then certain governmental accounting standards need to be fully implemented. So that, as far as just having the expertise to implement those standards, I believe you are on your way to that now, working with that outsourced firm. But we did have a clean opinion on the financial statements as far as the major funds. So that's your general fund, your police fund, we'll go through the rest of this. And that's the best you can do from an audit standpoint. As far as the financial statement update, what I'll do is I'll go through some of your major funds. We'll look at the operational trend, and that's your revenues versus your expenditures over the last 5 years. Obviously, it's only up to 2024. But I think overall, when we look at this trend in the general fund, your revenues have exceeded your expenditures, especially coming out of that 2020 pandemic period. We saw a lot of strong recovery on the revenue side with local governments in New York State, because really now the economies were back to full operations from that shutdown, sales tax increase, departmental revenues, open for business again. We saw interest earnings, state aid coming back. So that was a normal trend that we saw. And then if you look at interest earnings, has really been benefit over the last couple of fiscal years for cash balances.
Expenditures have stayed fairly stable.
Yep. Yep. That's a good trend over the last 5 years.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's still increasing.
Right, it's going to.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure as you start to look at 2025 numbers and 2026, it's not going to get any easier.
Right,
That.
right.
But that is a pretty good trend when you look at the general fund for the last 5 years. How that impacted your fund balances. So at the end of 2024, your fund balance grew to it was a $1.1 million increase from 23 to 24, and your total fund balance was approximately $6.4 million. We break it into components because it's important to know what is restricted funds, whether it's by legal statute or non-spendable versus unassigned or available fund balance. So your available fund balance in that unassigned category was right around $5 million at the end of 2024. Again, I don't want to speak too much to it because 2025 is a lot more relevant. I can't speak to where that's at yet.
Matt, can you give examples of what constitutes a non-spendable and restricted asset?
Yeah, so for a non-spendable asset, that's something like a prepaid expense, where you're prepaying a large, invoice, whether it be insurance, it's typically something out there. Sometimes you prepay the retirement bill. So essentially, the expenditure isn't within that fiscal year, but the cash is out the door. So essentially, the fund balance can't be used. It's already spent.
Okay.
I can't see that. What does the red block represent?
Yep, so that is that non-spendable and
Yeah.
restricted
Okay,
portion.
so the fund balance in 23 and 24 went up substantially, correct?
Yep, yep, and it's mostly in prepaid expenses.
Great.
Which can fund. But when you look at the unassigned, that's a stable balance as far as when you look at your cash flow and fund balances. over to the police fund over the last 5-year trend. Not a bad trend either, with the exception of 2024, where it was almost at a break-even point, that's a small decrease. But, when you look at your revenue trends, I think the expenditures are predictable when you're talking about primarily salaries and benefits. We're gonna see those increases. But when, a fairly stable trend over those 5 years, and then when you look at fund balance, a total fund balance at the end of 24 was $2.8 million. And you compare that to around $6 million expense, that's a pretty stable portion of fund balance. Kind of a best practice minimum is about 2 months of your operating expenses or 2 months of your budget within that fund. That allows you to have cash flow, adequate cash flow to pay your bills. So that'd be around 16%. So anything above that we consider stable. Highway Park Town, again, pretty strong from the revenue side. This is where the majority of the sales taxes from Oneida County. So the county reported pretty favorable sales tax over that period of time, strong, maybe above expectations, and that's why I think we're seeing the revenue grow from year to year within those sales tax driven funds. Obviously, our expenditures are going to catch up to that. That's where the major road and transportation expenditures are, and this is essentially what we're seeing out there. It's getting more and more difficult as the revenues start to flatten out, and our expenditures are continuing to increase. So I think it's always within these major funds, it's always a cautionary trend right now, because it's very difficult to control those expenditures. It's salaries, it's benefits, it's contractual costs. There's very little that you have control over. And then the revenue side, same thing, very little you have control over except for the property tax levy. Right? So a small decrease within highway, but if we look at fund balances, approximately $3.8 million at the end of 2024. Again, compare that to your overall expenditures, that's stable. So that kind of looking at your major revenue or operating funds. One other fund I wanted to point out, this is the sewer trends. Obviously, this one's got a little bit more story to tell over the last 5 years. The big jump in 2023, that's the Sequoia Creek Bridge project. So typically, we won't see this spike in an operating fund, where you're generally only seeing your normal operating expenditures. Typically, if you have a big spike in expenditures, it's segregated in a capital projects fund and funded, whether it be through debt or a transfer or grant fund. So this one, it probably should have been moved to a capital project fund to isolate it to more kind of reflect your normal operations. But I think when you still look at the normal operations, if you take out 2023, your expenditures did exceed the revenues each of those years. So your fund balance within that sewer fund is consistently decreasing. So this is the one fund where I would say you want to pay attention in 2025 as far as heading into the next budget. If we look at fund balances, this is again as of 24, about $462,000 at the end of 24. You can see a pretty dramatic decline over the last 5 years. And obviously, so 2023, that was a plan used to fund that capital. And that is okay if you have the fund balances, but it's not a sustainable trend, as you can see. And when you look at the funding process, there's going to have to be adjustment on the revenue side. Those expenses are not going anywhere. But I think when you look at your major operating funds outside of the sewer fund, heading into the next budget process, they're in stable position. So that's basically just kind of the outline of our observations. So that's the financial side. From a internal control side, so we provide our findings or our observations on the audit as it relates to the financial statements. So we do look at the internal control processes that feed into the financials. So all those processes, your policies, your procedures that lead to the financials and essentially impact those financials. So in the past, really, I think where there were weaknesses and what we consider material weaknesses, there's a lot of turnover within the accounting function. And it really wasn't a consistent accounting function specifically during 2024 fiscal years. And a lot of, this isn't something that's out of the ordinary in local government. You know, we're seeing this all the time where you have a highly tenured employee that has 30 years of experience, and they retire or walk away. It's very difficult to fill that position. And then you kind of throw in another wrinkle of implementing a new accounting software during that time. And if you don't have a consistent person or consistent process, no one's really learning that system. And then you try to teach it to someone else who's new, and it just kind of like snowballs and snowballs. So the few records that got behind, your bank reconciliations, your journal entries, so these are all your accounting entries for final financial statements. So it's very difficult, again, to make decisions as a board if you don't have up-to-date records. And kind of relying on those internal and monthly reporting, but again, how reliable are they until you start having that consistent process? So prior to 2024, the 2024 audit, that was really the biggest material weakness. I think that was pretty pervasive across the finances of the town. But we saw significant improvement when we came in and looked at the records for 2024. They were up to date, like I said, when we came in April. The bank reconciliations were reconciled at that fiscal year. The accounting entries were brought up to date. So we still have to comment on it because it didn't happen during the real time.
Right.
But we did reduce it from what we refer to as a material weakness and internal controls to a significant deficiency. Really, the definition of significant deficiency is important enough to provide that this merited attention of those charging companies. So you should still be aware that it was an issue, and in 2024 it was an issue, but there was significant improvement. And as we head into the 2025 audit, we believe that, just based on the initial observations, those could potentially go away. But obviously, until we conduct that audit. So we talked about the bank records, the journal entries, the GASB knowledge, so that's the government accounting standard. You have the knowledge in-house to fully provide government financial statements. So again, I believe those improvements are in place going forward. And I guess just the status on the 2025 audit. We do have our fieldwork plan. We've contacted the town. We're ready to perform our fieldwork during the 20th of July of this month. We've been in touch with the outside firm, and records will be up to date and ready for us to audit. And work on it.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, just, I don't have a question, but just more of a statement. So as we met with Christina, Councilman Tehan, in the beginning of the year, January, February, we set the goals out. So the board knows that we gave an aggressive goal to, Drescher Malecki and also, Bonadeo. So you guys stepped up. So, hats off to you, Nick, Erica, to Gino, to put all this together, and you put additional resources to this to help us out. And again, it's appreciated, and I know going forward you're going to do the same so that we can be prepared. Hopefully some solid numbers by September-ish, I think you stated, for 2025. So you're helping us get to a point where we should be. And also along the lines too, so the board knows, with Bonadeo, we've uncovered other things that we will be correcting going forward, which also helps with your part of it when it comes to the auditing. And so I think when 2027 rolls around, we'll be prepared in better shape to get you folks back in for the audit and then have that done in a time. I think you might have talked about maybe February, March timeframe. Yeah.
That's pretty
Normal. Yeah. And then, yeah. So again, but a lot of work, a lot of hours I know you guys put into this, and you helped us out tremendously. We look forward to 25's numbers.
I'll pass that on to staff. And with our firm, we only work with local governments, and so our staff, they're kind of invested in this industry. We're not, going away to do taxes or any other industry, so it's kind of like a sense of pride that helps bring a government up to date, and so I think, it's a shared effort.
Well, thank you. Board, any questions for?
No, I appreciate
Thank you.
it, thank you.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. You
Good
too.
job, thank you.
Okay. All right. Next, we're going to go into our presentations by insurance brokers. So just to tee that up is, as we looked at in the beginning of the year with Christina when she came in February and that role of personnel, we were looking at, our insurance brokers. Right now, we have two. One handles our health, the other handles dental and vision. So I spoke to a number, our two current brokers, both interested in moving to a single source, so there'd be one broker to handle all three parts. I think it makes it easier on Christina to deal with as well, going to one broker versus two. So with that being said, we got Robert Broccoli and Larry, right? Okay, if you'd like to come up and, so we have about 15 minutes or so, and then we'll open up some questions afterwards.
Thanks for having us. We've got the presentation here. I know we've got 15 minutes. Is it okay for the
Yeah,
Hey,
fine with us.
these guys, are you kidding me?
If you insist.
Just
No,
want to make sure I didn't.
Yeah, no, you're good.
You got
Yeah.
accounting and
You're
insurance.
good.
What's next?
Yeah.
we're gonna go. We
Next
got-
year, the third squad.
Doesn't matter anything, because you gotta wait for the next people.
You got it trained for the Boilermaker, right?
You got it. I was
I
just
know.
down there tonight.
I know.
And we're a little nervous about that, but we're going to get across the finish line one way or
Oh,
the
you'll
other.
do great. You do every year.
Thank you.
So
You got a huge team.
We do have.
Yeah.
we got a big team this year. We got 21 running. That's our biggest yet.
That's
So
great.
we're psyched. We're psyched. I'll kind of walk you through this just quickly, and then any questions you have. Starting out here, we just got an agenda and want to talk a little bit about what we see as New Hartford's needs, talk a little bit about us. We know you don't want us up here doing an advertorial for hours, and then open up to questions, if you will. So we put a slide in here that says we start by understanding you, but unfortunately, the town, like every employer we deal with, is dealing with this chart. And this chart is national, and it's worse locally. So the pace of health insurance is way outpacing inflation. It's really not sustainable as we take a look at it. So we know that's a huge challenge for you as a town. It's something we unfortunately deal with every day. If you go to the next slide, what we're talking about is, okay, if those costs are going up, we'll just cut them, right? And I could cut your health insurance cost in half tomorrow. But the problem is you wouldn't have any employees left. They'd all go. So we've got good employees who deserve great benefits. And those two things are going like this. And that's what we see from many employers. And we can help people thread that needle. But if you go to the next slide, we see New Hartford is also having a third problem. And Jim, you just talked about it a little bit here, is New Hartford is at a point where you can't just raise revenues and offset all these costs. The state's not jumping in with a lot of money. And so you've got a staff that's forced to do more with less. And as you talk about consolidation, that makes great sense as we take a look at it. So how do we address that? And we use a medical analogy most of the time. The first thing we need to do is really make sure we're diagnosing first. We want to understand, and we've built a proprietary process to make sure we're on the right page before we implement solutions. The next step is, as opposed to a doctor that says, go do this, we're working with you to say, hey, we think this ought to be the 3-year plan, and this ought to be the 12-month action that's going to get us there. What do we need to do next in that process? And then we implement it. And the idea is, can we bend that cost curve? Health insurance costs are going up, but can we find creative ways to do it? And there's a whole host of tools that we've got that can help you with that. So why would we be qualified to do that? And just a couple slides on this. The first one is, we do live where you live, right? We're headquartered here in New Hartford. We've got a process, a proprietary process for employers just like you. Our own program size isn't that much different than yours, but we're doing a lot of it here. We've got a lot of market expertise nationally, and you might not know this, you know we're here. There's about 300 agencies in the country that are recognized by our industry as the top out of about 40,000. We've been there 15 years in a row. I'm third generation. My son Tom, who's our president, is fourth generation. We're family-led enterprise. We're going to be here for the long run. We've got about 65 employees and growing as we're going forward. And just about half of those are focused on employee benefits. So your dental, your medical, disability, those types of things. We're proud to have been recognized as a top employer in New York State. If you go to the next page, so what does that mean to you? Well, the fact that we're growing and we're one of the largest privately held brokers in upstate New York means we've got great leverage with the carriers we work with. So Excelis, MVP, United Healthcare, we're on all their advisory boards. We know the leaders. We can get things done. Market intelligence, we can help you with benchmarking. We can show you where you stand up. And it's interesting when we talk to towns and counties, your benefits look similar to other municipalities. They look very different than the private sector. We can show you benchmarks on both and how does that match up. I think a thing that's important is our growth since COVID has really been national growth. So we're bringing jobs and revenues right back here to New Hartford as we grow dramatically. We love being an economic engine here. We have access to the best minds in the country. We have been invited to be part of the top 2 peer groups. One of them's global, one of them's national.
I think an important thing is because we're independent now, we've got control of our margin. We operate on a relatively low margin as we're trying to put that back into the two and the service. So we have actuarial services to make sure we know what's going on with pricing, when it comes to compliance and HR and help out the team here. We've got people resources, and we've also invested in AI to figure out really going forward. Your size people want to say, hey, self-insured or not. You want to bring in actuarial and your AI and say, hey, that's a great idea for us to do it. And as you talk about the scale of your team, we're here to help with rules, claims issues, billing issues, and the use of those people. Go one more page and I'll kind of wrap this up. This is our home. We'd be very proud of the employees who live in the house. Very involved in the community. We think we're an economic driver. We're really the largest player. So, why we can't keep it consolidated? 15 other schools are the units that we will take to start the process to ensure strategic guidance. We know what's going on in this market, and we're going to fight, and we're investing in our business. The page that says thank you just as a snapshot of some of our involved in the events. But let's take 15 minutes. I want to go through this question.
Yeah, no, well, thank you. Good overview. So, Larry, you mentioned examples of cost savings. You don't have to give me particulars, but what have you seen as maybe percentages
Yeah,
or
percentage-wise.
things of that nature as working with
Good question.
other clients?
Let me give you how it turns out, what the example is. If you take a look at your performance today, you have very rich performance. You'll see 18 in play, they went to metal, that component that went up, there's a slip and rubber. If you suddenly want to go to the platinum level, to the Renaissance, huge culture shock. I'm saying you should go,
Right.
but probably that would not cost what you. If you take a look at what we're doing for employee contributions, employee into the family, you compare that to other municipalities like the private sector, you might see you're going to drop below 20%.
Yeah, but those are in union contracts for the most part. We can't touch them.
No, what we're also talking about is a long-term, right? So what's our 3-year vision?
Mhm.
I think most unions today will tell you, we understand the cost is not sustainable, I'm not suggesting you cut it, I'm just trying to show you, what's the spectrum if you look at some of these things? Then you take a look at things like census. So, how many of our employees are unemployed? When you look at participation, you're at about 7% of employees, that's where we think is kind of low. When you get higher than 7%, you get more people on the plan, driving up costs. Who might not be on the plan at 7%? If you've got a really rich plan, and you pay a big percentage, you're probably like this, you want to be 100%. And you get more spouses or families. So when you take a look at that adjusted, you're also looking at a way to drop costs. So if you put all those pieces in place, and I said, now you're down to 50%, 40% of your current costs, I'm not suggesting that's a realistic way to go. Yep.
Only because you're basically getting what you pay for, right, Larry? I mean, you know, you're not gonna get the coverage that they're getting, so basically it's black and white, and you're gonna get what you're paying for. So the higher insurance, you know, that you purchase, like the gold or the platinums, are naturally gonna be more money because they got better coverage, which is totally
So
understandable.
there's a couple of things that are a little different. So if you take a look, we say today, this used to be the worst day for a finance officer, was when the rates came out.
Mhm.
Today we say it's looking better over the long, because now you find out, if you end up with 70% of our employees on the plan, 100%. If you end up with all the spouses on the plan, and respectfully, I will tell you, when we talk to the private sector customers, is your favorite employee works for a town or school, or your favorite employee's spouse works for a town or school, because they're on that plan.
That's the situation where they're not on the plan.
Right, so they're off that plan, you're on your plan. And so there are spousal strategies out there that can be saying, hey, somebody else has a child in cover. Either we're going to charge them more to get on our plan, or encourage them to get on our plan. Because we want great benefits for our employees, we don't necessarily subsidize another employee.
Right.
There are strategies, you're just doing this during the year at school. There are strategies that won't pay off in the short term, but will longer term, around wellness. There are retiree strategies that are out there. There's a lot of pieces in here, so there's no silver bullet to say it's possible. So now, without happy. There are some strategies with finding people paying for similar to yours and taking them on bigger deductibles and kind of cover. These strategies are self-fulfilling small ages. As you get into those strategies, we feel they'll come out of there's a number of plays like that. And I'm not reporting. I know it's in the contract. I know it should be done. Yeah, we believe there should be ongoing discussion about the cost with those collective bargaining agreements. That's really the and how we end up being able to do that.
And you work with labor groups, I mean, this is not a foreign concept to discuss the contract and how it's structured and
We're there to support that conversation. I would tell you my preferred place to be is before you negotiate.
Right.
This is not education. Like, hey, if you move to the rest of your expenses, you look at that.
well, specifically the Teamsters.
So the first time I met with them, 6 years ago, we were introducing this concept of spouses being part of the
Yeah.
The negotiator for Teamsters said, thanks, Steve, that's what we do in our own plan, that
There you go.
Okay. So, the right negotiator understands what it is. But it's part of, when we get to education, because we don't want people to negotiate this behind the curtain in the other room whispering. We want to get all the facts on the table, so everybody's knowing the same numbers. And you guys are.
Just, not to belabor, but you mentioned self-insurance. That's not even in our, that's not a good idea. Am I right?
Most likely, if you look at the way insurance is rated, if you're under 100 full-time.
Yeah, we don't have that, right?
You're just about as rotten. The problem problem with block rates and community rates is you have a very good demographic and no maintenance. You're sort of subsidizing the rest. You got a bunch of people who look like me, it's the opposite way around. So you should not self-insure straight out. Probably should go something I would call a captive, which is group self-funding, but maybe depending
Okay.
on the effort.
Yeah, that's,
But there's many self-funding that I would probably see varies for.
okay. Thanks, Larry.
Larry, you handle, your firm handles our current vision and dental, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To your slide here, which I think is great, the diagnose and recommend portion. Have you had an opportunity to diagnose what we have in terms of coverage today and provide any recommendations to our team that we can improve upon the coverage and/or the cost?
And the challenge we see right now with dental is the areas of the public dental versus so the challenges we're looking at is you've got a relatively big clinic. Your clinic is most, is it going to cover the big costs? So if you get oral surgery, we're going to actually those types of things. It's not there. And so if you look at dental, I wish there was a way to find service that provided higher limits of dental. When I look at the dental piece of this versus the medical, I think generally the rich dental pays some of the savings come out of the cost of it. I would be recommending something such as that cost. There are other providers you can go to for the dental. Probably recommending a lot of providers include electric things that one of the things that we look at now is the way that Child Health Plus.
Sure.
Child Health Plus is a great program that the state provides where people can put their kids on the program. It gives them normally pretty good coverage for less than the insurance for. So if you save money, they get good coverage for less money. The problem with Child Health Plus in our area is that doesn't cost so well. So we have just recently put in a program called Dental, and we will come out with the site. It's new, it's still working through a lot of things. That would be the place we would test it. I want to put it here. Just get that. Love it over here.
So Larry, I gotta ask you a question. What are we looking at? This is just a general question as far as insurance goes itself. What is the actual average of the percentage going up cost-wise every year? What do we,
The first slide I showed you, historically, nationally, it's been in this 5 to 6% range. Our market, obviously, if you work,
okay.
is, there's a really big, but I say the average is closer to 5%.
Yeah, I believe that.
One of the early indicators that it's going to be great is about today, but all the theories that file those rates, they can state money and some debt. So, Zell is just filing a percent. So, that is that point where it's close to the insurance.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Okay.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Larry.
Thank you.
So,
So, fortunately, in New York State, that's mandated. So, it used to be years ago that if there's a suspicion of Alzheimer's, that's
so Larry, not without giving any names, but you work with other municipalities. How many roughly?
and I'm sitting up with one.
Okay.
I did talk to the county executive.
And you do the whole gamut, the whole vision, dental, and, oh, okay. All right. And then time frame. As we look at this, what is the expectation to have a board make a decision to move to one broker?
So we've got some flexibility. This is the time frame when we are starting to work on it and we're in the right now. So we would like to do that going forward. We want to use one way, so
Mm-hmm.
which means we've got to do a lot of work. We're planning on
Right.
So this would be the time we would like to start doing that. So this is normally the plan just switches over. So August one would be the first day. The second would be a one, but we can start working with it sooner. That's okay. By the time you're doing it, we can make it happen.
Not ideal. It's better to, that's why I actually like prepping, purposes and so forth, timeframe. And then, did you mention, coming in, working with open enrollment with employees? You come in and you help assist Christina with that?
Absolutely. What we found is today, pre-COVID, all that stuff, don't like to raise their hand and say, I've got extra So we will do those. We also get some money from videos. So it's whatever works for us. We decide what I want.
Like if you come, yeah, if you had a private room or, yeah, okay.
I'm really working on that stuff. Just we do those open enrollments and those things like this.
Yeah, right.
When they want to talk to us,
I know.
we do videos sometimes too. How we get to those. And even the service that we see, we do some kind of EOB question. We would do all that. That part.
They can go directly to you, they don't go through Christina necessarily.
That's one of the nice
Yeah.
things about knowing your
Right.
Great. Christina, do you have anything to add at all, by chance? Okay. Okay. Larry, great job, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice
Robert, thank you.
presentation, thank you, Larry.
Mike was working.
You have a schedule?
Was, we are,
Great.
right on time.
Great.
I'll leave you with that thought.
Yeah.
But tomorrow you-
Have a good night, guys, thank you.
Yeah, we can. Yep. Yep. So as we wait for the next presenter, so we have the board meeting minutes for May 14th, which was a special meeting. Do we have a motion to accept those meetings?
I'll move it,
Motion by Councilman Reynolds, second.
I'll move.
Second by Councilman Prestera. Any discussion? And Clerk Moran, whenever you're ready for the roll.
Actually,
Oh, all right, Deputy Clerk.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, next one is the June 3rd regular meeting. So if everybody had time to look at those meeting minutes, and if you have a motion to accept.
One motion.
Motion by Councilman Latini. Second by Councilman Tehan. Discussion. All right. Deputy Clerk, when you're ready.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Next, we have a special meeting on June 29th, 2026 minutes. We have a motion to approve those meeting minutes.
A motion.
Motion by Councilman Latini. Second. Second by Councilman Prestera. Discussion? And roll.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Next, we have our our vouchers. You signed them all, but we have a couple here that we have some discussion on. Do you want to mention any of these? Like we have was it a change order?
I don't know if they're change orders.
Oh, you don't know?
But there was some indication of net change by change orders with amounts in there. I wasn't sure if these charges were related to a change order or they were part of the normal and expected original bid amount.
So we have, was it on both of these?
Yeah, I mean, this one
No,
has.
had a negative though, didn't it?
Where's
It
the
has a
discrepancy?
negative change order of 154,000 and change. This one has a net change of 134,000 and change related to change orders. So I'm not sure what the work. Rick, were these invoices specific to change orders or just part of the original contract price? Do you know that by chance?
Yeah, the first one is Bray for a change
James
order.
Ray Paving, Washington Mills Park Project, capital project.
Yeah, over, but that is also a FEMA project, and the process of closing that out any day. It's all done. In my section, we're talking about
FEMA.
Okay.
We should be okay with.
Yeah, so, and we're gonna talk about one of the change orders later related to, which project?
Murphy, up in,
Oh, the Sedgwick Park. Yeah,
Sedgwick Park.
yeah.
There was a catch basin on Sedgwick Park,
Mhm.
and that was not included in it. Once you got into the work, it had to be included.
Yep.
Thing, right there in the driveway, so that way, that's why there was a increase.
Okay, no, that's fair. What we'll touch on later is related to the process of getting the approvals from the board for the change orders. So when they go over the bid amount, from an accounting standpoint, we'll just need to make sure that the board just approves that change order for the expenditure.
and we learned that through Bonadio Group. They let us know about
Yeah.
that. So we'll do resolutions. So again, all things that we're learning and will be better going forward.
Sure.
So with these, so this one was a reduction for Power Line Constructions, Inc. There was a, in there,
So
right?
these are some additional vouchers
So it
that
should be all
weren't
set.
in the original package
You
that
looked
they're
at
asking
them
for
already?
approval on
Betty,
as
you
part of our
looked at those there
vouchers
already?
tonight.
Okay.
These were paid out, Dave, already?
No, they're requesting to be paid.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Again, the James Bray one was the FEMA one, Councilman Latini.
Okay.
Okay. And then the Power Line one, was that a part of the grant through, or no?
Good, Dave, take that one.
Part- Okay.
Those, James Gray.
Any other questions on the vouchers? Councilman Latini, or Deanne?
No,
No?
thank you.
Okay.
Good, Dave.
Can I stay now?
Thank you.
Where's that one? Oh, boy. So with that, we have a motion to accept the vouchers.
I'll motion.
Motion by Councilman Latini, second by Councilman Reynolds. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Okay.
Aye.
I would abstain on Adirondack Bank, please. Or now to be Arrow Bank. I'm not sure if we changed it in this one. We did, okay. Arrow Bank then, yes, thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So, okay. All right, back to our presentations. We have Bill Gall and Christina, right? Is that Christina with? Okay. Christine? Okay. So many Christines and Christinas. So welcome, come up to the podium if you don't
How you
mind.
doing, Bill?
And
Hi, Bill, how are you?
so,
Hey, Bill.
Welcome back from vacation.
So thanks for having me here tonight. My name is Bill Gall.
No. What?
Currently, our company is the household insurance broker, as I mentioned, that's been since 2001. We appreciate the business over the years, but we feel we can do more. We welcome the opportunity to become an ethical commission broker as well. All Benefit Solutions is an employee benefit consulting company that helps businesses analyze, customize benefit plans based on their goals and objectives. We believe in looking through our clients' eyes and asking the right questions. We have access to a Fortune 500 company, Northwestern Mutual. We have a team that's made up of specialized advisors with over 118 years of employee benefit, 118 years of employee benefit experience. We take pride in what we do. We believe the three pillars to our business success is expert guidance, we have a lot of experience, quality service, and strong relationships. As your current broker, we handle all there's five different health insurance plans now in the town. We handle the Excellus plan for the police. We handle the MVP plan for the office here. The Teamsters plan, we do provide some service on it. They do not work with brokers on the sales side of things. We do their HRA, administer that HRA, so that allows us to do some additional service for them as well. We also have two Excellus Medicare plans that are set up for retirees. So we handle all of those. Three of the plans have HRAs. With HRAs, it's another component that has some service to it. But if someone does have a problem, they can come directly to us. We don't want to bother Christine on any issues. That seems to be working pretty well. Working with a lot of employees, a lot of policemen, police officers, careers, just their issues. Christine does that on a daily basis, actually, which is something. I just want to go over a little bit of our history with the town. We started in 2014. We were asked by the supervisor at that time to look at health insurance plans that would help the police that were retiring early, and to help people that were 65 retiring as well. So we did come up with a plan, Excel's Blue Cross Blue Shield, for the police. So the police are actively working, or if they retire early, they have the same plan, the same benefits until they turn 65, and then join the Excellus Medicare. So that was the goal at the time. We accomplished most of those things, and we are in the business of the capability. From there, the next 5 years, from 2014 to about 18, the rates were single digits. The plans didn't change much. There wasn't much changing with any of the plans. So single digit increases at the time were pretty good, and there wasn't a lot of changes with the plan. So everyone had the same plan. The police, parks, and the office here had the same Excellus plan with the HRA, which the town did fund 100% of the HRA. Everyone heard it, but it's still a fantastic benefit. As you know, it's not that expensive. 2022, just coming out of COVID. During COVID, there wasn't much increase in premium, health insurance premiums. Coming out of COVID, that's what they started to spike, and it's continued to spike. In 2022, we needed a change for the office here. We changed the office staff to MVP with the HRA, saved the town $88,000 each time.
Is that per year?
At the time when we made the change, it saved $88,000. It wasn't per
Oh,
year.
gotcha. Overall.
Overall.
Thank you.
2024, we introduced through the Boone County Purchasing Alliance. They deal with, that alliance deals with just municipalities, school districts, and colleges. Through that relationship, we introduced United Healthcare Group Medicare plan that provided much better benefits for the retirees. When I say much better benefits, it was zero out of pocket. People went to the doctors, no co-pays, no out of pocket. The prescriptions were very minimal, the $5 or $20. Okay, so we've got a much better plan, saved the town $21,000 each. In 25, the Boone County Purchasing Alliance changed the United plan to an Excellus plan, and that's the plan we have to get. Moving forward, we've talked, Jim and I have talked to the past supervisor, health insurance, where you guys worked 12 years ago to where you are now, the benefits are virtually the same, but the cost is probably triple. Okay, so, we've kind of talked about it, we have some ideas. Christina has kind of been on it, we've talked as well. Once you get over 100 employees, full-time employees, you have more options. We've always, that we've had the plan for 14 years, have been just under 100 employees, 90, 85, 88. Once we go over 100, we have a lot more options, a lot more flexibility, and those are negotiated employees. So hopefully that continues that number.
I think we're there.
Good results.
Yeah, so.
So once the plans are set up, what's our role, right? Everyone thinks, oh, you're in insurance, you set something up, and then you just sit back and do nothing. Well, that's not the case, especially when you have HRAs that are involved. There's a lot of service because basically what's happening, the HRA is they're kind of watching the town's money. If they see something suspicious on someone's something that comes through from the insurance company, they're going to question it. And they're going to ask the employee, can you provide documentation so we can see what his charge is? No one really wants to be bothered with that. So that's where Christine gets involved. She works directly with the employees. Sometimes they come into our office, they bring their stuff, and she makes all the calls and makes sure everything's processed correctly. It's not only for them, it's for the town, because it's your money, right? So we don't want people going to the counter, the pharmacy counter, and putting vitamins, candy, and cough drops when they're picking up the prescriptions. So, anything covered under the health insurance plan would go towards the HRA, but anything else that looks suspicious is going to be fixed those phone calls. I guess we're here to kind of talk about other services too, because Jim and I have talked about that. What else do you guys do? So, we've been in the benefits business, like I said, for 30 years. So group health insurance is just obviously part of it. There's group dental, there's vision, there's life insurance, there's disability, there's retirement plans that we sell for companies. Those are all things that, some of those things you don't need, some of those things you do need, right? Your current guardian provider, we've worked with them for 28 years. We do dental and vision plans with them all the time. So we're very familiar with the guardian and your current coverage. Some of the other benefits that we've talked about, Jim, Christina, Christine, we've had meetings. If you want to set up workshops and job fairs and things to educate employees, that's certainly things we do all the time. If someone wants to learn about retirement, 529 plans, Medicare plans, wellness plans, whatever the case case may be. I mean, we educate, do those all the time.
Could we set that up like on an annual basis? Every January, you'd come in and do that for the employees? On an annual basis?
So typically, with any business we work with, we present all the options to the employer. And once it's finalized what plans we go with, then we do enrollment meetings. And we sit
Yeah,
down
okay,
and talk to
okay.
employees
Right, okay.
and discuss individually.
But once that's in place, going forward, 2 years after the enrollment, would you be able to come in and do a presentation on insurance? Because a lot of employees don't really understand it.
We can do those meetings anytime.
Yeah, okay.
So if you wanted to do like a health fair
Right.
or something like that, whatever month, as Councilman Reynolds was saying, you could set up, say, September, we're gonna do, you know, and have the whole kind of,
The employees would know that
To
they're
come
gonna have
in
an
and-
opportunity to,
yep,
Absolutely.
yeah.
We never did that with the county of Hartford. It went to the board, plans were approved. I said, you want me to talk to you? We always do enrollment meetings. We
Right,
always do
right,
enrollment
right.
meetings. So everyone knows what the changes are, how it works, any questions, we can answer them. We never had that opportunity.
Yeah, and you know, with me, and the board knows too, is we like to bring in folks in to present, so these guys all know what's going on as well, so, and like when we had our meetings, you know, we kind of learned some more, and, but it's a great opportunity to come in periodically too, and whatever that time might be, as maybe you're getting into, as the last group too, is, you know, when would you like the decision, you know, for us by, you know, and it seems like, you know, either August, September 1st at the latest, to start, because you have to do work on your end to facilitate,
Absolutely.
and,
That's what we do all from September to January.
because you're gonna get the rates probably at that point, right, as you're working on them now,
Right.
then you know, then you can present and look at whether it's creative ways to say, hey, this is what we recommend, and, you know, here's your options, and then we take it from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So whether it's a enrollment meeting, a job fair, or an educational meeting, I want to learn about Medicare, I want to learn about retirement, I want to learn about 529, whatever it is.
Sure. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, Dave, when Barb was here, I know there were frequent visits by employees, policemen, to Bill's offices in the village of Hartford.
Right.
Because they'd go directly to Bill's to discuss what options were available.
So I guess the other things we discussed were handbooks,
Mhm.
benefit statements. We've done employee benefit guides for the MVP plan, the Excel plan, the Medicare plan. Those guides would have all the benefit material, applications. All of this gets emailed to employees, any new employees, any existing employees. We don't have enough information on the food service plan. We're not the broker on it.
Right.
Christina could provide that. We'll put together as well. So those were all done in the last 3 or 4 months.
Yep. So, but I don't want to get you off course, but employee handbook, you know, we're looking at, you know, updating that and going potentially through a firm, outsource firm to relook at that whole thing, because, I mean, things have changed. I think we've updated ours along the way, but not, I don't think I'm not comfortable where it is now. We always reference that in our organizational meeting as a 1990 whatever year handbook, which, you know, we're in 2026 now, so I want to get that up to date. You mentioned it a little bit. Is this something you help with, or is that, or,
So we do help with that.
okay,
You know, the handbook, you gotta be a little bit careful because there's legal parts of it. I'm not a lawyer, right? So we would want that kind of outsourced to make sure everything legally, everything
yep,
looks good. Benefit-wise, we can certainly be involved.
okay,
And then there's a bunch of information on your side as far as policies and
Yeah.
unions and other things, right? So it's really about 3 different components kind of working together to get it done.
Okay.
So it's a lot of information, but we certainly help.
okay, good.
I think so the last thing is really about relationships, right? We've been here, we're not going anywhere. We appreciate, you know, the opportunity. digging deep, and the real concern for me for the town would be the cost of insurance and where it's going. Right? We have some ideas how to do that. We can provide all the service, all the extra stuff, but I think moving forward, I think the cost of insurance and where it's going. And I know there's unions and different things at different times where things are open, closed, but so we should probably stay ahead of that, because, that's something that's, obviously, the cost of insurance is.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Any questions from the board? No?
Bill,
Thanks, Bill.
Bill, for the 100 employee count you mentioned, that's just general employed 100 people, or they all have to be enrolled?
Nope, it's just, it's actually called a full-time equivalent, so they look at, full-time employees and part-time employees, it doesn't matter how many are enrolled.
Okay.
So once that's over, now we have companies negotiating on your group, and making sure how many males, how old people are, and that's gonna be a positive for you guys. That your age is relatively low, and you can really negotiate and, come up with some good ideas.
So where's our FTE count right now? Do you know? 103. Okay. Is that the first time we've peaked over 100? Okay. So I would think with the seasonal help, which there's a good number, that's going to improve our FTE? What'd she say?
136.
136.
Seasonal.
With seasonal?
Yeah, 136, yep.
Is that headcount in general or the FTE? Okay. But as long as they're over 100, which is great.
Get a big difference in the discount, Dave, is that what
Okay.
that's what you're trying to say?
Yeah. No, I think it's great. Appreciate, I know you just got back from vacation and this is right in back into the fire. We appreciate you being here and.
Thanks, Bill.
And thank you.
Bill, thank you.
Thanks, Christine. We're ahead of schedule.
Come on.
I don't wanna keep you going.
You can tell me if I'm out of order, and I'll completely disregard it.
You just want me to keep going? It's fine. We can move on.
Good.
Christina, is anybody here yet? Nope. Okay.
Do we want to do public comments?
Yeah, vouchers are approved.
Yeah, vouchers, there's nobody here for public.
No, I just,
But, yeah,
if you want to cover it on the record, and all, that's
Yeah.
fine.
so. Okay, so we'll take this opportunity to make mention of the fireworks over the Sherbrooke Park. Great event Sunday. Have to give a lot of credit to New Hartford PD, their visibility, their help with traffic. You name it was great. The communication with Chief Fontaine and myself throughout the event was spot on. The prep work you guys did in preparation, putting out the map for parking. New Hartford Fire Department, same thing. You guys worked exceptionally well together to make this event very successful and safe for our residents and the surrounding community to attend. I know there were some medical issues that transpired in an event like that. We had probably nearly 2,000 people there. They responded. They had the equipment there. Edwards ambulance was there as well. They assisted. So congratulations to and thank you to all the first responders, our Parks Director, John Randall, and their crew, and the summer help keeping the traffic being parked properly, picking up the bags, filling the bathrooms with paper towels and everything was just, keeping that clean was great. Who else? Our town clerk, is she still here? Okay. You're hiding over there. In your office, helping with the applications and, and then the committee with setting this event up really in short order, 8 weeks. It seems like it was unobtainable, but everybody really stepped up, for the town, for the residents, and for the celebration.
Could I say something? I was just gonna say, I heard a lot of great things. It was phenomenal. Everything went well, very
Yeah.
organized. It was a great event. I think it really went well with people.
It did, and we're hearing all the same comments. Some people are emailing and calling and giving their comments of how well organized it was, and just nice to have that back as a community event. Our town attorney, Herb Colley, for reviewing all the agreements and helping with the legal aspect of it was very, very helpful. Pyramid and Town Mall was very helpful with allowing us to use a parking lot, which leads to the next thank you is with New Effort Central School District. Superintendent Joe Tapice helped with 2 buses, and Rick Sherman also drove along with Chuck Obenesser. We thank them for driving. And then Hale Transportation, they came, and, we contracted 2 buses with them. And throughout the correspondence of the meeting too, we had spoke with Rick Sherman, and Rick said, geez, for departure, we might need more because every bus that was coming in was full. So he contacted Hal, and we signed on for another bus, and then later on, Rick called me and said Hal donated a bus over to help with the outflow of the attendees. So again, it was a group effort and a wonderful celebration. American Fireworks did a phenomenal job. Special thanks to Christine Martin. She really helped with the promotion and the social media, also organizing with the vendors, mapping out the whole layout. Again, start to finish, it was really it seemed like a well-oiled machine when we got there. So, Chief, I don't know if you want to talk based on anything that you had seen or.
First of all, it was very nice to see it back in the town. I think the feedback that we received from people that were there was positive. Everybody seemed to have an enjoyable evening. The weather was perfect. You couldn't ask for.
Yeah,
It wasn't too hot like the Friday before, but it was very, very nice. From a public safety standpoint, the fire department, parks department, highway department really made it happen. And I can't say enough about those parks guys. They were like during the event, I could see them like driving around with the lights on the truck and picking up garbage, and they really kept on top of it.
That's awesome.
Made it enjoyable. Public safety wise, maybe couple small adjustments to some traffic issues that we noticed for next year if we do it again. But
Yeah.
all in all, went pretty smooth.
Okay. Yeah, the goal is to do it again next year. Also, I did forget the highway department. They did great. They helped with set up the signage and also with the added lights. Rick, how do you think that worked over well with all the added lights there for safety and the way out?
The lights were the best. They're very bright, lit up the area nicely for departure, and they were right in the right places. The chief came up with some spots that he thought was appropriate, and they were right in the right places.
It really lit it up, as everyone who was there saw it.
Yeah.
It's pitch dark in there.
Yeah.
And the minute we all turned those on, it was very safe to get out. We had a couple the fire department and the EMS were busy. They had a few medical emergencies, but you're taking a microcosm of the community, and I don't know that those things would not have happened anyway.
Right.
They just happened to happen there. We had a couple I shouldn't say lost, a couple of children that wandered away, and I don't think they made it any further than the playground area, just strayed from their parent. But with the fire department assisted us with one. We had our drone operator there, and with the officers there, we were able to quickly reunite everybody.
But you had a nice.
Kids being kids,
Yeah, but you had a nice letter from the parent that emailed in later.
We did. I forwarded that to the town supervisor. There was a mother that had reached out just to thank us for collectively reuniting them quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary moment.
She was upset, but in the end, he never made it beyond the fenced-in area of the playground. There was just so many kids there utilizing that just.
Yeah, got great usage.
Yeah.
For sure.
But specifically, it was Sergeant Pete Allen?
Sergeant Peter Allen, yeah.
So what this resident stated was, how he spoke with her, calmed her, and, put his own life situations with her, made her, kind of from a traumatic, experience that, when you feel you've lost your child. And I think she made a lot of reference to that and commended him for his professionalism and just personal approach, right?
Yep.
So,
She was very complimentary, and he was actually found on the, one of those bridges there between, and he did want to come down.
yeah.
All good.
So,
I happen to be standing right there.
How'd you see it?
Yeah, I watched it.
no, but just really, from a safety standpoint, top notch. And everyone that attended was well behaved, and I think the park was left in good shape too. So, again, hats off to everyone, and look forward to doing that again next year. It seems to be the consensus that that's what they want in the town. So, all right.
Signs got delivered this morning and given to Don Randall this afternoon and installed.
For the playground? Perfect.
Good.
Okay, as we move on to matters by the supervisor. So we have our stormwater committee, and we had a member, Gary Bolus, submitted his letter of resignation due to his work constraints and travel and so forth. He just doesn't have the time to commit to this, so I would like to have a motion to accept his resignation for the stormwater committee.
I'll motion.
Motion by Councilman Latini, second by Councilman Tehan. Discussion? And then a roll by Deputy Clerk Keller.
Aye.
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 Okay. Next on the list, we have our codes enforcement officer, George Farley, is at the full-time status and would like to, he put his letter in for resignation as well. So he'd like to stay on part-time, so we're going to go ahead and do the first part is to accept his resignation on full-time as code enforcement officer.
Move it.
Motion by Councilman Reynolds, second
Second.
by Councilman Tehan. Discussion? Okay.
Aye.
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 So next we have, we need a motion to appoint as a part-time codes enforcement officer George Farley at $32. Request date is 7/6/2026.
I'll move it.
How many hours a week,
Part-time is 17 and a half hours.
no benefits?
No
No
benefits.
benefits. I'll motion.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Councilman Latini, second by Councilman Reynolds. Any further discussion?
For the pay, I mean, I know we have different pays, different positions. How did we come up with that number?
So it's less than what full-time is, based on his work experience, his past, fire chief experience and so forth. We came to that number. So it is a reduction from full-time to part-time.
How are the days and hours going to be resolved? I mean, if he comes in 2 days a week for 8 hours or whatever, he's going to stagger. I think that's important to know, and who's going to set the hours.
Who's gonna document it?
Right. That's
Approve
another
it.
thing.
Right.
We want to go through that.
So
No, right.
Christy and I, we've already discussed some scheduling, just in general within the office. There's some lack of coverage in that office in terms of codes. Dory might not be there, and then there's, they have some overflow. Teresa helps out, but if Teresa and Dory are out, and, Darlene's, so we're trying to get a handle on that. So we're going to get better control of that. But as it relates to his hours, we'll sit with him and work that out. And he knows best of when are the peak times. And so if we can do that, and also to Councilman Tehan's question too, he's going to help assist with training too, so there's that built into
Mhm.
that price as well.
Okay.
So is it like 5 days, 3 hours, or is it
Yeah,
gonna
I think it's,
be 3 days? Okay,
right.
well, I know, I saw you earlier today, and I wanted to see George, and you said it's 17 hours is gone or something. So I just hope it's spread out. Thank you.
Yep.
So Christine, you're gonna be regulating his hours? I mean, he's gonna check in with you or somebody to, okay. So it'll be documented that way, so someone will have a handle on how many hours he pulled in one day or a second, okay.
And once we move the paychecks, it's gonna be regulated, and, but yes, we'll figure out a schedule so that residents will know that we have. full
And his,
coverage.
his resignation was effective July 6th?
4th.
4th? Okay. Okay, so the part-time will be effective July 6th.
Starting in effect is
Yeah.
Yep.
up to 17 hours.
Yep. So he will be coming to work tomorrow?
No,
No, he's filled his
Oh,
week.
he's already exhausted, okay.
that's why I raised.
Got you, the 17 hours is gone,
Raised
Mhm.
gotcha. Makes sense. Okay. Okay.
And I
Um,
think the training piece is important.
It is.
You know, for his
Very
successor to be, whenever that
Successful.
happens. What's it?
To be successful too.
Yes, to be successful.
So, any further discussion? Okay, ready for a roll?
Aye.
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 So, we had advertised for a full-time codes enforcement officer. We had one applicant. We did a interview with the department head. Christina and I were present, and this morning, Christina had reached out to the applicant and mentioned the process. We went over the pay, everything. You know, it said that it's contingent upon background check and board approval. This afternoon, the board received an email from an applicant stating that initially it was stated that he wanted full-time when I was advised it was part-time, which we're still interviewing for part-time codes enforcement officer as well. So prior to that, we already essentially offered a position to a candidate, so I'm not sure how the board wants to proceed, but it was unbeknownst to me that we had somebody who was interested until late this afternoon.
Who,
Is that part-time in addition to George?
Yes,
So we're gonna have two part-timers?
so we're gonna have two part-timers and a full-timer?
correct, because George,
Right.
and we can
Oh, okay.
utilize George as a, kind of a,
Kind of like a backup. I got you.
yeah.
Christina, your announcement, did it?
Better match, but
No, go ahead, so attorney's asking you a question.
As far as your announcement for the position, was there a cutoff date for receipt of applications? What was it? Because I didn't see it online. The ads that I saw online did not show a cutoff date. Yeah, I didn't see any cutoff
that was for full-time
for
or
full-time.
Full-time.
And
was there a cutoff for part-time too or no?
Oh, we did.
We weren't sure if we were staying on, if we were gonna pay no part-timers, so.
Right.
Beginning of the year, we posted part-time though. It's just because we're trying to get George some help.
Decided to go down to part-time, then we advertised full-time, got the applicants, and we started interviewing the ones that wanted full-time, which there was only one. And then the part-time ones we set aside and then we started interviewing them about.
We did a couple part-times already,
We did
interviews.
part-time.
Yep.
Is
So,
the resume of the full-timer in here?
The resume for full-time is not full-time.
Me as well, or no?
I don't know if I CC'd you on that one, but I can send
It's important, Christina, because I work hand in hand with the codes enforcement officer.
just,
Does he reside in New Hartford?
Yeah. No.
Waterville? So, well, when she's doing that, I gotta ask a question. So, the full-time position, my question is this applicant gonna be here every day for 40 hours? Or are they gonna, you know, is that full-time to 40 hours? How many hours? Every day?
Yep.
We'll have them 100% available, you know, not saying they're running over here or doing something over there or, okay. That was my question. I
Yeah.
think everybody.
No, I know where you're going with that. It's a good question
we know
because
why
we
Jim-
do need
Yeah,
a body here. We do
Yeah,
need, I mean, they may
because-
go out and do
Yeah.
site work and
Yeah.
look at things and stuff like that, but.
yeah, because people say I want full-time and then they've got other jobs they're doing or other, I mean, we gotta have them here, they gotta be here,
Right.
accountable.
Right.
Don't you guys think? I mean, I would think.
Absolutely. Jim, this guy was the only guy to put an application in for full-time?
Ye-
Only one.
So, yeah, I mean, that's, you know, we all interviewed him, George, or interviewed him. He's had a very good demeanor, very, you know, good customer service, interfacing, you know, like I said, demeanor, everything. That's one of his strengths that he mentioned during the interview. And again, just trying to get a good fit. I mean, what's important is how they work with our residents, right? So, yeah, so,
You, Christina, and George interviewed him?
yes.
Let me ask you something, guys. I mean, we talked about this before. What is the actual salary for full-time?
So we looked at this for this position at 60,000.
Plus benefits.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any window as far as a raise goes? I mean, after 6 months, or I was just wondering. Or that's it, 60,000 starts and,
That's where it starts. I mean,
I was just asking, you know, no, I get it. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I think it's very important that we do get a full-time person because we got so much activity that's gonna be happening. Yeah. Yeah, we got BJ's coming in supposedly and all these other new stores like Chick-fil-A and, hey, what happened with, Jim, what's going on with the Kmart Plaza? Are we still gonna get that, indoor, where is it?
indoor, the storage?
Yeah.
I don't know yet. 'Cause
That's
there's a lot of
not,
things
that's
that are
not
up in the
concrete,
air.
right?
No, I don't know yet.
I
to
think
that.
we are.
Yeah. Well, I was just asking. I know we're
Yeah.
throwing it off the record here, but I'm sorry.
The codes department is without exaggerating, it's vital to a
100%.
good operation here. And time is of the essence, almost. Right now, we have one part-timer, and that's not adequate. With the permits that are coming in and the questions, the daily phone calls, we've got to have a codes department that is commensurate with the duties and the stature of the town of New Hartford. I don't know whether you broached this topic with this candidate or not, but my pet peeve is the fire inspections that are not being completed. We've made tremendous strides from where we were 3, 4, 5 years ago, but we still are not completing them, and that's not right. We're trying to do it with part-timers, they're doing a good job, but it's not good enough. So, yeah, so I don't know whether, but anybody coming into that department, if we approve this individual, that's gotta be a priority with all the other two part-timers that we bring in. And the sooner we're able to bring them in, and I understand it's not, probably gonna not be till next budget year, the other part-timer.
Well, they might be able to get him in this year.
Well, whatever.
Yeah,
but-
so-
But I'm gonna keep hammering on that because, I don't wanna put the town in a position where we have a catastrophe and guess what? That building hasn't been inspected in 5 years. Now, I know also that you proposed a method or we need to have a better accounting of when this was inspected and when it's due, et cetera, for every single parcel. So, that said, we need to act on getting somebody in there. That individual has gotta be focused on permits and fire inspections.
Yep, and that's.
Anything less than that is not acceptable, and again, I'm gonna keep hammering on that.
No, it's a, you know, as you should, but that was one of the questions we did ask this candidate, and he has assisted with fire inspections and also putting things in place, so.
And again, a fire inspector or a codes officer in the town of Sangerfield is different.
Oh,
than a Codes officer in the town of New Hartford.
We made that known to,
Yeah,
to
okay.
him as well. So, you know, with that, and again, I compliment George too for wanting to assist. He didn't want to leave the town high and dry, so, so I appreciate that, and I'm willing to, work with him and to the attorney's questions as far as, hours and days, he's doing this to help us out, so I am lenient with that, but we'll get a structure in there, and with his help, he knows when the days are. We'll sit down with him next week to discuss that. But to your point, Councilman Reynolds, we do need somebody here. If we hire this candidate, it's a tweak notice. We start at that point, and again, I mean, we'll see how that goes. But
Is he on probation, or how's that work? We don't really have a,
we really.
right. Certainly, it would be reviewed if necessary. Right. But there's no formal policy. That's
Is he
fine.
civil service?
Yes.
You have to be, so for full-time, right? And my other question would be, where are we gonna fund it from, Jim? Where's this coming from? Just so I know, I mean,
Yeah. So we.
it's already in there? Part of the budget? Okay, got you. Yeah, because we budgeted for it last year, right?
So we're all set with the salary.
Gotcha. Good.
Yep.
I just wanted to
So
put
yeah,
more.
we got that. I wouldn't have presented it. unless
I didn't
we
want
had
to put
the
no more
funds.
pressure on you as far as kind of moving money here and there. I think I forgot, we already budgeted for that last year.
Yeah.
We just never got the position.
Right.
I got you. Okay. And I agree with Dave. I mean, the paperwork is a big thing in the office. I could see George probably having to struggle. I mean, it's a big town for him to be running around and try to get all this stuff done at one person his age. I 100% agree.
Did it for a year and a half. I mean,
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a lot.
Sure.
So again, all this is contingent upon
Background check.
background checks and everything like that. So,
Okay.
so if anybody wants to make a motion, they can, or hold. It's up to you guys. Want to move forward with this candidate, or no? Gene Whipple at $32.97 an hour.
Did I see his resume? I've seen nothing.
I don't have the resume in. Okay.
Well, do you have it?
Yeah.
Well, I can do it on my phone. You send it to me?
Before?
She did, yeah.
Dave, on the fire inspection topic, and I know you made a lot of valid points, there was talk at one point to compile a list using the tax records. Has that been completed, to your knowledge?
There was a list, I don't know that it was compiled relative to the tax records.
Okay.
The figure was like 245 parcels.
That required inspections?
Yeah, I may be off by a few, but I think it was 245.
Okay. And any idea how many aren't getting covered by chance, or?
Well, yeah, we kept the running total last year. I have it here someplace. Last year, we did 201.
Out of the 245-ish? Okay.
That's round figure, I mean.
Sure,
Yeah,
I get it.
that's about right.
Okay.
201 out of 245, so we're not too
Good
far
progress,
off.
good progress.
But
We want to be 100%.
we need to be 100%.
Sure.
We
So,
could, that
we can do-
generated last year $83,414.
Yeah,
So there's a revenue piece there too.
definitely. Okay.
It says he's been an assistant codes officer in Sangerfield, 2025 to 2026. Can you tell me when in 2025 to when in 2026? It says he's been an assistant codes officer in Sangerfield, his experience. And it says assistant codes officer 2025 through 2026. Do you have, when has he been a year, has he been 2 years?
Who's he?
This is the resume I'm reading.
So he was part-time there, then he moved to full-time.
Yeah, he was part-time and he was
Right, but
I know you're asking the date, the month.
it says professional experience, town of Sangerfield, code zoning officer, present, assistant code officer, 2025 through 2026. So I'm just trying to find out how long in 2025 he worked as a codes officer. As you know, this is an extremely busy town. I just wonder how many months was he an assistant in 2025 and 2026? And when did he become the head codes officer in 2026? And I apologize, I haven't seen the resume.
Yeah. Thought he mentioned like 5 years or something like that, and then 5 years as a planning board or, member, so he's, I don't know.
He's employed from January 1, 21 to 7/8/26.
Self-employed contractor, right?
This is a supervisor.
Yeah, his application,
Town supervisor.
Yeah, that's for the codes job.
I'm just reading whatever Christina said.
yeah, there's two attachments. The county application shows January 1/21.
He may not have updated the resume, I'm not sure, but the application that came through the county that got approved was longer.
So does he have 5 years as a
Experience?
Yeah, through, it says, yeah, January.
code officer
Town of Sangerfield, employed from 1/1/2020
to current? Okay. As a code officer, job title.
Good point.
So he's got 5 years, it looks like.
He was approved, he was approved by the county.
Civil service.
Correct.
Yeah, it says approved by
Yep. So what you guys think about that? So we'll move on. Bill and Chris, thanks for being here. So we have High Street. So gentlemen, come up to the podium just to give you an overview of what we're doing. So Bill, as you know, we have two brokers handling, one's handling our health, one's handling dental as well as vision. So I think, did you email it over to, oh, okay. You have a copy? Okay. So, yeah, we're looking to go to a single source broker for all that. Yeah, so, all right, nice meeting you, thank you.
On the top,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So we have about 20 minutes for the next group gets here, if you can,
15.
I know you guys love talking about health and safety, right? Health
Yeah.
and safety, so, especially on an evening, I appreciate your time. Good evening, Chris Petrillos. As Bill said, part of High Street Insurance Partners. I myself, down in Elmira, New York, been in the insurance business for about 15 years now. Specifically background in healthcare, a master's degree in healthcare administration from Lomar College. Learned all about the healthcare industry right around the Affordable Care Act and all the changes and the fun stuff that took place, and just kind of been doing it ever since. Specifically, I pride myself in working with local municipalities, public entities, school districts, towns, villages, counties, cities, in the dealings that you guys go through as far as trying to figure out costs, trying to provide benefits, trying to retain and attract new people while everything's going up 15% every single year. Nothing else is going on, right? So part of my job over the years is try to look outside the box. You guys are in the same box of all the other small employers as far as being community rated in the pool of upstate New York with Excel Blue Cross Blue Shield in MVP Health. Meaning the rate's the rate, the product's the product. You can't change it, and the only way you can do something else is go into a lesser plan, changing your funding arrangement with an HRA or an HSA or employee contributions. Some of the things that we go over here in the presentation, I think are going to be kind of maybe hit home to you as far as some of the cost savings, but it's a strategic approach as far as a short-term strategy and a long-term strategy. So if you want to kind of go through the PowerPoint here, in the informational packet that I provided, just to kind of give you an overview, here's a quick little summary of everything. If you lose my PowerPoint, it kind of gives you a nice little snapshot of what I'm recommending. And then I gave you two very detailed spreadsheets as far as the short-term and long-term strategy. And Christina, thank you very much. I bothered her in the last week as far as giving you all the information. This is your actual information as far as your enrollment, the rates that you pay, side-by-side comparison there. So from the PowerPoint's perspective, which is this sheet right here, we can kind of just start there as far as agenda, introductions. Again, Chris, High Street Insurance Partners. As you probably already know, partner with Bill Cole. I've known Bill now for 5 years, but I feel like I've known him for the entire 40 years of my life. Bill and I have gotten pretty close over the last 5 years between myself. I was a former owner in Perry and Carroll Insurance in Elmira, New York, owner at Gates Cole. We had the ability to roll over equity in our agencies into a larger entity as far as High Street Insurance Partners. I myself, I'm specifically in the employee benefits forum, working with groups and entities like yourself, trying to figure out how we can save money, right? Save money, provide benefits together collectively across the board. A couple of things as far as employee benefit services. Look, if your agent isn't providing you service and support for a community rated account, they shouldn't really be your agent, right? As far as customer service, as far as education, as far as your employees are concerned. If you're changing benefits, you gotta have open enrollment meetings. You gotta sit down with the people face to face and walk them through as far as their household, how it's gonna impact them with those changes. For your retirees, you have 21 retirees on Medicare Advantage. Part of my strategy here is to move them to a different alternative plan, provide them no out-of-pocket costs, and provide them with employee contribution savings, and obviously the town with some savings as well. You have to have someone that knows what they're getting into, someone that knows how to get you down that path, and also to educate those 2,100 retirees and let them know, hey, this is the real deal, this is a win-win strategy. Part of our services include all of that, right? Obviously, we have technology, we have additional services, but it's the face-to-face contact and the important part as far as the employee education. You guys spend about $1.4 million in employee benefits, right? That's a lot of money for 41 people on your plan and 21 retirees. That's a lot of money, and it's only going to grow 15% if you don't change anything in the next 6 months. Okay? So with all that money from the employee's perspective, from the employer's perspective, you need someone to interpret what is going on as far as any type of changes.
Have you reviewed our union contracts to see what we're locked in? You said you're gonna change all these within.
I'm not changing anything, sir. I'm making recommendations from that standpoint. And from that standpoint, I understand union contracts. I'm not sure 3-year, 4-year. With all those recommendations from that standpoint, this is just a strategy. This is just to show you exactly what I'm capable of doing and aligning that with a union time frame. So if it's 2 years, 3 years, 4-year contracts, all of this can be accomplished within those realms, all within union negotiations.
Okay, when you said 6 months, I just.
Yeah, no, from the 6-month standpoint, I'm saying as far as if you're not in union contracts, the rate's going up 15%. I mean, everybody got the rate indication letters from Excel, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and MVP. Excel is looking for 15% on your gold 6, MVP's looking at about an 18%. So from that standpoint, that's what I was alluding to.
Thank you.
Yep. So just real quick, along those lines as far as strategy, the first thing I would do if you could do that within your realm of union negotiations would to essentially do a step-down approach. Right now you offer Gold 6, Excel Blue Cross Blue Shield high deductible plan with a fully funded HRA benefit, which basically provides the employees no out-of-pocket costs.
Right.
That's going to go up 15% if nothing changes here in the next 2 months. So with that said, what I would recommend to do is just to step down to a silver product. That silver product would be a silver 19 plan, high deductible health plan. You use a similar strategy as far as an HRA funding mechanism, keeping the employee whole, keeping their network the same, no disruption as far as that's concerned. The silver 19 product itself is very similar to the silver 3 MVP plan, which is after the deductible, it all reverts to copays. So from the employee's perspective, instead of dealing with co-insurance after the deductible, you're just getting copays. From the town's perspective, that's good for the HRA, right? With a Gold 6, you can have co-insurance and hit, out-of-pocket costs pretty quickly in one service. But with the Silver 19 plan, the most expensive out-of-pocket cost on a copay is $500. And I'm talking about HRA utilization across the board. So if you look at the short-term strategy here, the pros obviously are financial savings. Stepping down from Gold 6 to Silver 19, you essentially at this point, you go from going up 15% to roughly going up 2%. Okay, so there's a pro right there. Lower short-term projections and the current renewal projections, right? So it's just a band-aid. That's all we're talking about. A 1-year step down. Next year, it's probably going to go up 15% again, guys, right? So the number one thing I talk to my public entities that are small employers is this the year for your Band-Aid? And more importantly, can you do the Band-Aid, right? Within the realm of your negotiations. So you look at your budget, hey, can we absorb the 15%? If you can't, this is the Band-Aid year. You go to the Silver 19, you step down, keeping the benefit as far as employees' perspective completely whole. The town will fully fund the HRA out of pocket for the employees. And again, this helps HRA utilization. I'm not getting in the weeds here because I only got 20 minutes, but I can show you that from that perspective. One of the pros too, let's not change anything from the MVP perspective. You do have some folks on an MVP plan, the Silver 3 plan. Up here, obviously, network choice, that's important, and I don't want any disruption from that perspective. Cons, increase in the HRA funding, obviously, but the Silver 19 has a greater maximum out of pocket. And then also, it's just a short-term fix. 50% going up next year after that, right? So longevity of this cycle, at some point, you're gonna run out of plans to go to. If you wanna go to the gold to the bronze, go right ahead. You're gonna fully fund the HRA probably because your new negotiation states that, so just do that if you want. But from this standpoint, it's very little disruption. It provides you a quick little bit of a savings to reprieve from your product. I give you a little bit of a situation as far as the spreadsheet's concerned. The snapshot here in the slide, you have the full detail, and there's that 2%. So basically what I'm doing here is taking your enrollment for 2026 on the Gold 6 plan and the Silver 3 plan, and I'm just taking it out from the perspective of what Excellus and MVP are saying, nothing that you can't do either, which is just a 15% on that. So that's a $212,000 increase if nothing changes, right? So I'm saying short-term strategy, let's move over to Silver 19, fully fund the HRA. Instead of going up $212,000, we're going up $27,000 at this very moment. The reason why I say at this very moment is because, as you know, the rates are released right after Labor Day. Plans change, rates hopefully go down about 5-6%. It's a better situation for all of us, right? With that, on average, since the inception of the Affordable Care Act, these plans came out with platinum, gold, silver, bronzes. On average, from the rate indication, it's gone down about 2 to 3% historically. So when we budget, when I work with, I say this is your worst case scenario. Budget your worst case scenario from the standpoint of 50%, and then hope for the best. Okay? So that's a short term. Yes, sir.
So Chris, I think your strategy is basically, you have a strong strategy trying to explain to us that eventually we're gonna have to do something anyway, or the rates are just gonna be so ridiculous, the town's not gonna be able to afford it
Yes, sir.
anyway. Is that right?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. Yep, and then.
Is there a big difference as far as cutting goes with the benefits for the employees though? I mean, are they gonna lose a lot or?
So what the whole premise of surrounding that Silver 19 plan with that HRA, you're still gonna fully fund the HRA. So basically what you're doing is you're reducing your premium, what you pay to Excel Blue Cross Blue Shield, taking that money, basically probably increasing your HRA a little bit as far as utilization, but it's gonna be stagnant because of the way the plan's designed. From the employee's perspective, they still have the HRA fully funded for any out-of-pocket.
So we decide to go this way as a board or a town, then you're telling me that, we're just gonna go up basically 2% with this type of plan instead of the 15%.
At this moment.
1 year.
Okay, 1 year.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
Yep, yep. And to fix that problem as far as short term, right? Short term and the long term. I myself, for the better part of 10 years, have been working with, and I don't own it, a consortium out of Tompkins County. You may have been solicited over the years about this consortium. It's the Greater Tompkins Healthcare Insurance Consortium, now just called the consortium. Me personally, in my backyard, it's about 45 minutes away if a good year.
Okay.
They were the first to file an Article 47 in New York State. But basically what that means is it allows large municipalities and small municipalities to be self-funded. Okay? So with that, you have towns and villages, cities, the Tridents of the world, the Portlands of the world, but also with Cayuga County, with Tompkins County, large groups, small groups. Okay? These municipalities join together on a self-insured plan with obviously stop loss to protect the actual plan itself, but the municipality pays premium to the consortium, just like you do to Blue Cross Blue Shield, just like you do to MVP. You're not on the hook for claims. The rates go up, you go up equal. Okay? Over the years, since 2011, that consortium has grown. The original bylaw stated that if you were a municipality that touched Tompkins County, you could join, right? So that's probably about 5 counties at the time. Since then, it has expanded. So we went from about 20, maybe about 5 years ago, to upward about 40 at this point. Just like any other consortium, just like any other health plan, they're experiencing difficulties too trying to navigate the healthcare world. High cost claims, prescription drug costs, all those things I won't bore you, right? So they're going up to 15%. But with that said, with a strategy like this, of you guys going into the consortium, which by the way is Blue Cross Blue Shield, Excel Blue Cross Blue Shield, they offer your gold plan just like it is right here. This provides you a better trajectory over the next 5 years, which I'll show you from that standpoint. The one caveat to that is right now, Oneida County is not in the service group as far as the Tompkins chart. We would have to petition over the next year to get Tompkins, to get Oneida County on their chart. Something that I've already talked to you in doubt about who is the CEO of the Tompkins consortium, right? It's a process, just like everything else. So my short-term strategy would be the 2%, go to silver, go down to a bronze, and then the long-term strategy would be to look at working with me, working with you, to get them to expand the chart, something that they've done numerous times over the years to expand their enrollment onto the consortium.
Consortium is a hybrid to self-insurance.
That consortium is self-insured, absolutely, with stop loss, but you as the entity inside of it, you're in a fully insured product. You don't have to worry about your claims, you never see your claims, it acts just like your Blue Cross Blue Shield and MVP one right now. Yeah.
So you see anything like a silver plan, you just mentioned dropping to a bronze. We don't wanna lose employees. You know what I mean? So, I mean, if you,
From that standpoint, John, the education piece is the biggest, right? The hurdle as far as, and that's the shopping mechanism. Platinum, you're taking me from a platinum to a gold.
right,
You're taking me from a gold to a silver.
Silver.
Now all of a sudden you're taking me to a gold all the way to a bronze, right?
correct.
With the education standpoint is, yes, your network's not changing. We are changing the plan from the town's perspective. Instead of paying money to Excellus, we're gonna put that money for you in the HRA, just like what you do right now, right? You're gonna spend that money on your employee services, okay? And then the education standpoint comes in where you're not losing anything as far as your services. What's covered on golds, what's covered on silver, what's covered on silvers, what's covered on bronze. It's just a mechanism of the actual health insurance plan. But you guys have the HRA, so the employees have nothing to worry about any longer, right? So you're just shifting the cost instead of paying Excel, we're gonna put it here in our own pot of money to help with our employees out of pocket.
So as a board, if we decided to drop to a silver, do you have a projection right now what the cost save would be? I mean, as far as, how much
Yeah,
what we're paying now,
There's not a cost savings, it's a 2% increase.
increase.
Yeah,
As
so
opposed to a
basically.
50
instead of 20.
Right, exactly. That's, I meant to say that, but yeah.
Yep,
So, and if we didn't, what are we up to?
212,000.
If you stay the same.
15% as opposed to 2.
Yes.
Right. It's great.
So one of the things that I also provided you is
Great.
just a kind of 5-year look.
Yeah. The 5 year, no, I was gonna say too, is like if, so working if you couldn't get with the Thompson Group or whatever, and say, so we're looking at this short term could carry over essentially, if the market stays the same, it's 15% next, the following, you're still looking about the same versus the one before, so that's what you gotta look at. So as you work towards that, and if we decide to jump in that.
So the numbers speak for themselves on this one, right? If you stay stagnant hypothetically,
Yeah.
and the trend is 15%, you can even put 10% to be more, and you do the same thing with a consortium. On average, a consortium increase prior to the last 2 years, which is everybody, was about 6 to 8%. Okay? And now, for the last 2 years, it's been about 50%. But their numbers are lower than the key rate of what we pay. Okay? So that's the biggest piece. So instead of that little Band-Aid idea I was talking about, now we're talking about staples. We're stapling the wound a little bit better. Now, with that said, you gotta stay in that consortium 3 years. There's a caveat to that. You gotta do that. You gotta stay on that plane for 3 years. But you have buy-in, you get seats on the floor, you take more ownership of the plane, and you have collectively a group of other individuals like yourself to help navigate the plane as a whole.
And in 2 years, it ain't coming down, so. And in 2 years, it's gonna go up again.
Nah.
So the problem is, I don't know, I kinda like your strategy. I mean, as far as, cost savings, you're the only one that said something like that so far. I mean, nobody else has brought that to our
So,
attention.
so the biggest thing from my
do you
perspective,
think,
is this isn't my first time ever doing this, right? So, for example, City of Elmira, right, they, 230 folks, police, fire, CSEA, admin, all of that, right? All of those union reps, all those negotiations, had to sit through those, explain exactly those things that you're just talking about. I had them on Sherman County's consortium plan. We had to pull them out. I took them to Tompkins consortium plan. Had to do the education, had to do the training. They have an HRA themselves, so we had to talk through that. Hey, look, your out-of-pocket's gonna be the same. So that education piece is very, very huge when you're doing, essentially what I'm talking about is changing a plan twice, essentially, in a short period of time, which is a lot of movement for some folks. We're not changing the network though, right? Excel Blue Cross Blue Shield is still the network for that consortium, which is
I
excellent.
think it's great, that's excellent. Well, eventually, if you don't do something, you're gonna drown. So, I think it's a good strategy as far as the way your presentation goes. I think you're right on spot with that, something we have to discuss as a board.
From the second piece of the strategy, either one, my recommendation would be to look at the Boone County Purchasing Alliance or Medicare Advantage. Right now, you have 21 individuals who are retirees that are on Excel's PPO 1. It's about $557 a month, I believe, right now. I've been working with the Boone County Purchasing Alliance for Medicare Advantage retirees for almost 6 years now. Collectively, I have over 1,200 retirees from municipalities across New York State in this purchasing alliance. Basically, in a nutshell, it's not a consortium. It creates buying power, a pool of individual retirees collectively together, and Boone County Purchasing Alliance says, hey, we have now 1,000 bodies, United Healthcare, Excel Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Aetna. Give me your best rate. Give me your best product. And they give a 3-year deal. Okay? This is now Excel's second-year deal right now with all the municipalities across the board. Okay? One of the plans that you go to right now is an option 3, and your retirees will have no out-of-pocket for in and out of network for medical costs. Prescription drugs will be the same as what they have right now, 10, 25, 30. Your costs go down, their costs go down. Not only that, it's Excel's Blue Cross Blue Shield, and it's called a passive PPO. Basically, what that means is if their you're anywhere across the country and no one realizes what the heck Excel Blue Cross Blue Shield is and they take Medicare, they're in network. And there's no reimbursement mechanism, there's no, hey, pay me, I'll pay you later. That's how the plan works.
Unfair question. Can you give us a figure on what we would save on those retirees?
Yes, sir, that's in there as well. Yep. So from one of the sheets in there, any of the sheets, halfway down.
Yeah.
So halfway down here, and again, this is a lot of this is just your enrollment, that's what you got here. So halfway down here, you have your Medicare Advantage, post-age
Retirees.
So that's $557.50 right there. You're doing $140,000 on 21 retirees, okay? I'm saying it's gonna go up that, but if you go over to that plan right there, I already know that rate. That's 7.5 right now. That's a 14% decrease. You're saving 17,000. They get a better rate. You guys get a better rate, and they get a better product.
Is that through the consortium only?
That's not a consortium.
No.
The Broome County Purchasing Alliance.
And the retirees' benefits stay the same?
The retiree benefits get better.
Okay.
Get much, much better.
Okay.
And then there's a full-blown Excellus Blue Cross Blue Shield presentation in there specifically about that Medicare Advantage piece.
Okay.
And again, from that standpoint, I myself have family members on that. It sounds too good to be true, right? It sounds like, wait a minute, my costs are going down, I have no out-of-pocket for medical costs, and I can go wherever I want. How? Right? I get that. I've done this now with United Healthcare, now it's with Excellus Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's no problem. No problem. But again, it's the education piece. We have 21 individuals that rely upon that Medicare policy that need to understand where they can go and what questions are gonna be.
Called the fine print.
Yep, that's where we come in. Yep.
Chris, you do similar with respect to dental and vision?
Yep. So dental and vision costs, you're with Guardian right now, I'm thinking about 3%, that's probably very conservative. And then your VSB plan, vision as well. Do it all across the board. So from my standpoint, you guys obviously know what you're in for. Everybody knows as far as health insurance. $1.4 million on 41 people, 21 retirees. 10 years ago, what did that look like? 15 years ago, what did that look like?
Yep.
Here we are looking at another 15%. You have to curve it at some point.
And what's it gonna look like in 5 years? Is that what you know, I mean, it's gonna be ridiculous.
Exactly. The state's trying to do as much as they can. I'm part of a lobbyist group that's trying to change the community rating pool from 100 down to 50, back to where it was in 2015, to give, groups a little bit more power and leverage to do alternative funding. That's not happening anytime soon.
No.
So Chris, in terms of, as we kind of round out here, you mentioned, face-to-face. So how do you work with employee enrollments? And
All of it.
so you come here,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
do you do anything virtual? Do you have a virtual
Okay,
component?
So from the standpoint of all of those, yes, across the board. For example, we did a big rollout of municipality, local towns and villages for the Medicare piece during COVID, which was very difficult.
Mhm.
We did a lot of Teams meetings, Zoom meetings, book recordings was the biggest piece. I did a lot of phone outreach because of retirees that don't live or reside near me. And then the employee education piece for your actives, in person is the best. You see right there in my card, my cell phone number's right there. My wife doesn't like that, but I get calls 24/7, 365. Not only does the town pay a lot of money on this, but so do the employees. Right? They need to understand what they have and how it's being used, and it doesn't look right, doesn't smell right. Pick up the phone call.
And how many municipalities do you work with currently? Approximately?
Boy.
Oh, 20? Okay.
Just rattling off of it. Chemung County, Scholar County, City of Corning, Town of Elmira, Village of Watkins Glen, Town of Horseheads, Village of Horseheads, I mean, pretty much anything.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And that's not, yeah.
Yeah, go out towards Broome a little bit, go out west a little bit.
Everybody always wants to save, right, Chris? You're spot on, man.
I always joke that I always walk in with a black book. I never bring good news in the health insurance.
Well, you're honest, you're upfront, you're gonna tell you how it is.
You have to, and then one of the things I would like to say, speaking about being honest, part about you guys going to consortium, I'm working my butt off for you guys to get you into that consortium during that time, so ultimately for you guys to fire me. Right?
That's what, and at the end
That's
game.
exactly what that is. I don't own that consortium. Lacey and Cable do in Syracuse. So I have to prove to you guys my worth, and hopefully you'll sign a consultant. Because you're still gonna need someone to help your employees to educate, communicate, and all
Copy.
and pick up the phone and help with the HRA and help me with this. I have that relationship. I was asked to actually answer the RFP for the consortium, which is out right now. I didn't want to because of conflict of interest, because I represent too many municipalities in.
Any other question, guys?
No, I think he's spot on. I mean, he knows what he's
Great
talking about.
presentation, Chris and Bill.
Thank you.
I
He
tried
lived,
to
he
fit it
lived,
all
he
in
lived up to, you lived up to his
tried
words.
to fit it all in 20.
You done good.
He is,
You done good.
he did.
Chris, thank you. Before we do the next.
Bill, thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. If you need anything, my cell phone, email, there, appreciate it.
Gotcha.
Thank
Thanks.
you very much.
Good job.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Bill,
Thank you.
always a pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Did you walk here or did you drive?
No, I'll be walking.
All right, I'll see you in the morning.
If you guys have any questions about any of that, want to talk more before any kind of, just give me a call or.
Okay.
All right,
Okay, Bill.
thank you, Bill. So, and we're taking a couple minute break if anybody wants to get up and stretch. I want these guys, you know, they're not young like you and I.
He's out there talking. Get him in
Yep.
here. If he need, oh, Jesus.
Picked a good one, Alexis, to. Told you it wasn't gonna be exciting.
Did you learn things about insurance you didn't ever want to know?
Yeah. And financials and, you know, the whole gamut tonight.
Taking a break?
No.
You stay here, don't.
You're
If you gotta go, go quick.
We're not waiting for you either.
Oh, please don't.
He's like, yeah, don't threaten him with a good time.
Yeah, don't try to do it with a good time. Everybody's a comedian, I don't know.
He's good one-liners. He's known for it.
Good, how are you?
Well,
Yeah, that's not a good thing. We're gonna need another one here.
Yeah,
Give me,
another one
give me
over there.
another one.
oh, I got you right there.
I got it.
One here, one here.
Yeah, and,
Nope.
Michelle, I'll give you.
so we're just,
I don't.
Bill, we're just gonna wait for, the three gentlemen to come back, from
You're more important.
a little bit of a reprieve there.
Jim, how many codes violations has that guy prosecuted in Summerfield? Is he involved in any court proceedings? I'm just wondering what experience is there. Because this is a hot town.
Yeah. We can ask that question.
Did you? Okay.
You know, I,
Reach out to the town super, or his.
yeah,
his-
well,
Okay.
but yeah, we can formulate questions, her. Just two more.
Good, how are you?
Is it still hot out there?
It's just still hot
Yeah.
out there. It'll be better in January.
I'm not complaining. It's been a long winter. Took a long time to get this weather to get here too. Yeah. April, May, June was. Same.
Where's Latini? We want to
Get his insurance.
all right.
You were supposed to bring him back. Give you one simple job. Just give you one simple job and you blew it.
Leave him out.
Okay, Johnny's back.
Okay.
Pass these out fast.
Yep.
Hey, Travis, I'm Bill Klein, President of Adirondack Financial Services. And Michael Klein, three of our benefit team in the office and council, and we probably know more about benefits and insurance than I do. If you ever want to hear it, probably should start with the words in conclusion. So, don't intend on talking a lot about product tonight, more about service. Okay, that's how we built our firm. Our firm is still local. Those of you who are questioning the Bureau Bank, Adirondack Bank, we were never a part of Adirondack Bank, always a separate company. We're still a separate company, we're still locally owned. We never were actually part of that. Two companies. That's the same company. So, still locally owned and multiple businesses. So we're a full service employee benefits consulting firm. And that's all we do. We're not selling, property casualty insurance. We're not selling, stocks in the morning and employee benefits liaison. Employee benefits consulting. Marketing funds. We've got a lot of municipality experience. Over 2 dozen municipality clients. Large and small counties, cities, towns, villages, all of them. Having said that, that means we work a lot in collective bargaining situations. We've got a lot of experience with that as well. Even in those situations, which, as you know, are sometimes be challenging, difficult, we've been able to learn from that, change, offers, some of the things that we're really good in this space. We've got a lot of deep experience in this space. We've been at the bargaining table a number of times, helping to not advocate, educate on alternatives and options, and really bring dramatic and design change to the clients that we serve. So we have a real compliance focus with our firm, and that's really what you've got in front of you is a bunch of material that kind of walks us through how we do what we do and how we fulfill the promises we make. We promise a whole lot, we deliver more. Our goal is to become an extension of the HR team to our clients. And we don't rest until our clients tell us they feel like we are that extension. Our firm is a big employer that has a small HR department. HR department needs help, right? And that's how we work as an extension of the HR team. We try to take work off the HR desk and put it on our desk so that we're really providing a service rather than just selling a product and seeing it here when it's time to figure out what to do with the rest of the health insurance. And when we came in to present on this a few months back, that I know you're all familiar with, we started with an agenda. It's in your packet. It's the second page on the left-hand side. We went through this agenda because we know it's our responsibility to get to know the client as well as we can, as quickly as we can. So we went through every single minute on this agenda. Not in your packet, two sides, to learn everything we could about the town of Gloucester long before we would ever make dream of making any kind of financial or product recommendation to the town. So everything that you see here, the things we talked about, medical coverage, life, disability, down, tax, enrollment communication. We learned that over the last few years, there hasn't been a lot of communication around open enrollment, not a lot of support for open enrollment. We talked about that in a minute. The tier structure of your benefits, what does that tier structure look like? Classes, and definitions, and barriers, and plan design, wellness programs, what are you doing for wellness fairs and wellness programs and benefit fairs, all the things that you should be doing today. In our model, we do that for our clients. We're not there to support them. We're there to do it for them. Okay. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. Utilization, obviously, we talked about utilization right now in your community rating, so there's not a lot to talk about. It sounds like we're moving more into the experience rated world over the next year or so, where that utilization really becomes important. Negotiation really becomes important. And I've been at this now for 40 years. Next month will be my 40th anniversary. So my first major medical plan, and Mario Cuomo was the governor in 1986. And first approved retirement plan in 1987. And we've been at it for 38 years, and Michael's been at it for 20 years. So just with the three of us in the room, we've got about 100 years of experience in our firm. And all the others back there that are there in the service as well. So voluntary products, retiree products,
services provided by your current broker, where you get in there. Are you in compliance on the top of the second page? That's really where we spend a lot of time. Are you provided with the SPDs, SPCs? Are you giving those to the employees as needed? Are you complying with COLA? Are you complying with FMLA, DFL, all these things that you actually practice? Who's your trained expert here? Who's helping you with that? Are you having any issues with it? How can you help? That's part of our initial task measure. This is what we must do. First, we bring you affordability. We have HR consultants, which are working with the help on and off those some stuff. We have one we can bring to the table. Our service model. You see your calendar for the weekly meetings with our clients on a regular basis. We cannot be that support to HR if we're not sitting in front of you every month. So we calendar a meeting once a month, a year in advance with our clients. It's on our calendar, it's on your calendar. We know what it is. It can always be changed if we need to. We're here to help with questions. We're here to help with enrollment issues. We're here to help with education, communication, not just to the employees, but to you on your communication and so forth. And plans on changes down the road. Special projects, maybe RFPs, things like that, service bases. Medicare, Michael talking about Medicare in a minute, I know you know, Medicare, it's always done for 20 years. If you have any question about Medicare, you should know. He's done a whole lot. So, on the left-hand side of your folder, first thing is just kind of services you provide. And I've gone through a lot of that just by going through that first question. Every type of benefit plan you can imagine. We work with it, we recommend it, and we service it. The second piece, we look at all the benefits, services, overview. There's three big questions on the front side of this. Are you up to date on relevant news and employee benefits legislation? How often do you hear from the current broker? And are your employees getting the most out of your benefit program? Because if they're not, then you're missing one. Right? You could have the best employee benefit program in the world, but if it's not communicated properly, your employees don't understand it. If they don't appreciate it, then it's worthless. It's not helping to recruit the right people and retain the right people. And that's all driven by communication. Not just communication. Communication is important. It's also something to speak about and show up. On the backside, you see some of this stuff, some of the newsletters, some of the compliance pieces that we provide to our clients on a weekly basis. Every week, something related to compliance, legislation, HR, plan administration, educational resources. Every week we have something like this on the web. The next piece is the compliance services overview. Again, your questions up front, are you compliant with all federal benefits laws and regulations? Do you have confidence in the compliance rules? You want to know about changes in plans. On the backside, material that we provide also on a weekly basis to our clients. Healthcare reform, FMLA, public compliance, personal labor compliance, HIPAA compliance. All of our account managers work in the employee benefits department. We're proud of them because that means we're bringing true HR advice and guidance to our employees, including our municipalities.
Bill, one question. It says compliance, so not to interrupt your presentation, but are you telling me there's insurance companies out there that don't comply properly?
Not sure.
Groups. Okay. I was gonna say, you're talking. Okay, you're talking about like us as a group. I got you. Okay. Right. Your job is to keep us straight and narrow.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to be in compliance because at the end of the day, you're on board with it.
Gotcha.
And that's an oversight, it's not on purpose, it's generally an oversight.
Right.
Or, understaffed.
Right.
See that a lot.
Right.
You can only do so much for the small staff, and you do the best you can. Get it all.
Gotcha.
On the right-hand side, we spend a lot of time with our groups. We're a small organization, we're only about 25 employees. We spend a lot of time with our groups on taking care of their employees. And one way we do that is open enrollment. So you see one page on the right-hand side that says, "You're open enrollment." No. Too big to put one of these in everybody's packet, so we brought one just so we could pass around the book. But this is an open enrollment guide that we provide for you, customized for your group, for your employees.
everything you need to know about any of your products is in there. Any form that an employee would need is in there. The SBCs, all the compliance material that you need to provide your employees is in there. We give this to our groups every year. If they change plans, we've got to change the open enrollment guide, that's every year. We then bring that, and we attend your open enrollment meetings. You know, from this initial meeting we had 15 months ago, we heard that the last couple of years there haven't been a lot of open enrollment. We take on that responsibility. We're not going to take it over from you if you don't want us to. But we're going to be here to present, be here to answer questions, be here to go through the materials, right? And then be a resource for Christina through that whole enrollment process.
Sure.
Educate, provide materials, communicate, training, we do it up front. Okay? The next piece is compliance calendar. This is a 12-month compliance calendar generated each year for our groups. And we sit and we go through it. So not everything in here applies to every group. We go through month by month compliance calendar and help our groups understand what applies to them, what doesn't apply to them. And so early in the year, they know, okay, my deadline for this is, you know, June 15th. My deadline for that is whatever. And then we'll help them through that process if they do that. This calendar is something we provide every year. Next piece is our employer reference calendar. This is a proprietary piece that we create each year. Our clients love it. And we reminded me yesterday, we have some clients who come to our regular monthly meetings scheduled throughout the year, and they bring their reference guide with them. All standard and wrinkled up. We get new one every year. Things change every year. And we've got a copy of it here as well. It's about 75 pages long. It's got anything and everything you might need to know. Compliance, regulation, things that apply to this group, right? So your HR person can have that throughout the year as a first source resource, okay? And we update that each year with all the new, you know, for example, HSA limits, 401k limits, HRA limits, all the numbers of government change. We update that each year. Any new changes in regulation, for example, on the ACA came about, quite a lot of things. Employer reference guide. Every group gets at least one with multiple HR people with all on an annual basis. So you can see our firm is really geared towards, you know, giving a great product, great service, great price. A few more resources we provide. Number one is a client portal. Take a look at this. See, this is full of all kinds of apps, toolbox applications. Couple that jump out for municipalities. One is a custom job description. You know, maybe you're looking to hire somebody right now for certain positions, and Christina doesn't have a job description for it. There's a job description over there. We log into our portal with that job description over there. Puts a few things about the type of position. This will hopefully create that job description. She's got an interview. So if you keep a few apps down, you see an in-person interview questions over there, right? Performance reviews. On the next page, total compensation statements. Right? Everybody knows what they make in a paycheck. Very often, groups don't communicate to their employees the total compensation.
That's a great tool.
Spending on them for health, dental, retirement, all benefits, disability, right? And so instead of walking off with maybe $50,000 or $60,000 a year, you give this statement once a year that says, total compensation, right? It's important. Now you're not going to lose that employee to the next time over. You've got to pay him $5 more an hour.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, very good.
This is at your fingertips. Easy to do. There's 3 or 4 models in there you get to pick and choose from, and your HR team can have that, you know, that FMLA advisor, federal postal compliance. Everybody knows postal compliance is a nightmare. How long do you hang this post? Where's it got to be? When do you put it up? When does it come down? That's all in this toolbox application. So, open notice generator. Groups struggle with both. Right? There's a generator in here that will basically handle that open notice even the employee handbook. Right? So we tell clients, this employee handbook will be great. It's specific. It's all in terms of review. Very compliant. But we always want to look for the employee before we do this. Make sure we hit fully.
township, sure.
Here too. That's what we're over
Mhm.
here.
That's all included with your service? Okay.
Next piece is our AFS. This is basically education and training for your employees. So we all have education and training we have to do, right? Right here, section class, you have to do it every year. You have to go through search studies, and hire somebody. It's provided.
Oh, you guys? You guys provide that? Oh.
So if you look at the first page of this, on the bottom right-hand corner, it says more than 150 training courses, separate courses for employees, management, because the courses are different very often than they are for employees, and other groups you might create. Dashboard for managers to use so they can track how far along the employees are in the process of completion, and then certificates generated. Right? So you know if you've got 10 employees that haven't done the section of rest and management, who they are, how far in the process they are, supervisor goes out and says, this needs to be done.
Mhm.
And if you look through the course list, there's a lot of OSHA stuff in here, some clinical environmental safety stuff, ergonomics, types of things that might apply in this municipality. Like I said, mention OSHA compliance, general workplace safety. You can use these courses as you see fit, assign them to those who see fit, and that dashboard will track their progress and which one grades you work really well and better. All time.
Mhm.
In your records. That sort of stuff. Strategy and communication. And then the final piece is the hotline. We actually have a couple of these. We have a pretty flyer on there. This is the HR hotline is available, I think, from 8 to 6, something like that, each day. After hours, you can email questions that they can do. But just so you know, everybody here, they have HR questions. We put it on, we might be the first to go through that. We don't even know the answer. We could reach out to these folks for you. Or you can work this out, email, no problem. And they're, frankly, they go 24 hours turnaround. So that's a lot, short period of time.
Mhm.
Didn't want it all, that's product, that's great. Everybody's using the same product. So many carriers here, so many products. Very nice about it.
What other municipalities do you have?
I don't want to give you a client list, but I'll give you a couple. So we work with the city of New York, local county, local several villages.
About how many approximately? Over 24? Okay. Yeah, the big thing, a couple of things you mentioned, Bill, that trigger with me is, one is compliance. As we look through a lot of different things, this board has taken on some things and trying to be compliant, right? So I like hearing that, because that's a kind of a sticking point for me as we try to being compliant with cybersecurity and all these other things. But also, the other thing that sticks out is a resource to the town, to, Christina as well. That's a big factor. You covered all that. The other thing that as we learned, as you're the last tonight, is the evaluation of plans and percentages and ways to help reduce costs for the town, with the assumption that insurance is going to be on the double-digit 12-15% increase year over year. Evaluating what we do, is there things in your mind that can say, hey, we can take you from here to there and save you X, maybe it's a reduction and so forth. I don't know, we're going to speak to that.
Actually, things that we've done. Okay. So, I'll give you a couple of examples. One would be both collective bargaining, both free labor unions. Both of these clients had and a lot of that's because of the way these unions negotiated their contracts over the years. We keep this plan, we had that plan, and all of a sudden we got another plan together. And a bunch of years ago, about 15 years ago, we were, it's a year and a half, we were successful in moving that plan from 4 health insurance plans to 1 health insurance plan.
Yeah.
Skip. It should. It's honestly, you really understand how these things work. Not a whole lot. Really, if you're helping your employees do something with those things, those deductibles, when you just say, well, then, you're taking here. The biggest part of them is and with this for 15 or so years ago, we were on site. We sat at the negotiating table with the introduced, they all bought in. It wasn't like this was forced on everyone. They were down, they were down there. Now we need to educate the employees. Right? You actually understand the workplace. 15 years. And that was 15 weeks, but then we covered the general.
Right.
Very similar story. Started with them. Three plans, one night up. Some of that we showed up in this thing. One was
So with that educational component, you also do job fairs, wealth screen, whatever, you know, all that benefits? Okay.
Our team not only helps you to be example, we have a vendor list back at the office, and we know that Tom and Harper wants to have a wellness fair, you know, in October, coincide with the open month. We reach out and help you find things, reach out to vendors, sometimes we have to change the dates and give them over on that. Before they go back, get the vendors here, put together prices you want to provide, get the employees in order to come to them, right? And you can do some representation at the same time. So we work hand in hand with HR and help you with those things.
You haven't talked of dollars and cents. Have you looked at what we have?
Briefly, when we had the amount for today, we did look at it.
Okay. And you feel confident that you can reduce our costs?
I do. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna be dramatic, to be honest with you. I don't think anybody's not seeing, they can reduce your costs dramatically. You're not gonna do that without losing a bunch of employees. Right? Because, I mean.
What about changing policies? You know, like,
Changing policies, we can help you save costs, if we do the right job with HRA. and
but staying with some of the same services though.
help us save some costs. That's part about that type of thing, is I don't want to get too much into these thought. We do this with a lot of clients. Let's say, let's just do some simple math. Let's say you've got a premium that's $100. So your total cost for that is and next year, if you remove that, only one piece of that goes up.
Right.
But you're not worried about it, all 150 is going to right? So it's a way to drop your cost down and also kind of reduce that total budget escalation year over year. That's what the increase in the rates. The total budget will increase at that same rate, because now you split the budget. Those premiums absorb.
Yep.
Is that a one-year savings, for example, Bill?
Well, no, it's
So
because.
you would incur it potentially on a yearly basis with that strategy?
Not at the same level, but yes.
Okay.
Because only a portion was that. But for.
Yeah. And I know several months ago you had a brief look at what we have in terms of coverage and policies for our employees and our retired employees. Was there any low-hanging fruit that you had?
You'd be in the Medicare area.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike is the expert in Medicare.
Yep.
He's been doing it 20 years now.
Okay. So there was opportunity there, you thought? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So on a plan design change, Bill, would that, like, our employees lose a lot of benefits? I mean, if we were worried about cutting costs? Yeah? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But funding through an HRA or an HSA potentially is cheaper for the town, but the employee doesn't really see an effect. Right.
Yeah.
I think that's very important, you know what I mean? Everybody wants to cut costs, but, I mean, you're gonna have to still have to have the same type of benefits too, so you don't lose the employees, I agree. Okay.
So in this demographic, I'll add one more thing, Mike's here, and if you'd like, I'd love to have him speak on this, but we also do a lot of work with Medicare workers. We've got a lot of groups that have 65 plus. Still
We do.
active.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of retirees that are about to retire, that are taking Medicare, at least their time. I believe it's 4 years.
Right.
So this is very high, it's high, very,
Sure. It's okay. Got 2 minutes, so.
My role essentially is, in terms of how I work with groups, is really to be one to educate employees more importantly, always have access to all the different. So the employee, all they have to do is really show. Have the ability to choose side by side videos. With the 10-year plan, all the individual options, and now we've got the information right in front of us in black and white. It becomes very easy for employees to see for themselves, this is really a better way to go. This is cheaper coverage. So, you know, that's just a huge burden on the employee. As soon as they get such very well received.
It's great.
I think you make a good point there, Mike. I think you make a good point, because I think a lot of people, even if, as an employee or somebody who's on Medicare, don't really understand it. You know what I mean? Do you agree?
Yeah.
Any other
Very good.
questions, anything else?
Yeah, no, I think, no, you covered a lot, and again, a good overview of the company, your programs, the portal, the other things that are available to Christina, the HR line, I mean, the whole nine, you know, being compliant and all that is, and then just the, as Mike indicated, one-on-ones and, you know, a team to support, and be a resource. I think you led with that potentially, you know. Right, which,
A little bit.
okay. Excellent. Board,
you.
anything else? Good? All right,
No, thank you, Bill. Nice
Thank you.
presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good, thank you.
And thank you, Mike, and thank you. You guys did a great job. Have a good night.
Good night. Stay cool.
Good night.
Okay. Well, back to the agenda. Nope, just getting started. So gentlemen, we have the approved candidate for codes enforcement officers. Even Councilman Reynolds indicated we need to do something, move to get it staffed. I understand the questions and so forth, but you know, we indicated there's could be probation, you know, a lot of things that will we can cover, but again, if you guys want to move on this tonight, we can. If that would just be a motion to accept Mr. Gene Whipple at $32.97 an hour. Reservations, what's the? What's the concerns? Vinny?
What's that?
What's the concerns?
Just, I don't, I really don't know, really.
What don't you know? We have an open position for codes, meets the civil service, I don't know, tell me.
He's the only one that put in for it, correct?
Correct.
For full time.
I just, I think that's a very valid point. I just have concerns about, he's the only one, and his qualifications, I question his qualifications. He may have the certifications, but his experience, well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yep.
Dave, I think what Dave's trying to say, I'm not speaking for Dave, but he does have a good point. Does he have enough experience to handle this size of a town? Is that what you're probably thinking, Dave? I mean,
Yeah, as council said, there's a huge, well, and I said it, there's a huge difference between Sangerfield and town of Hartford. There are codes issues that end up in the court system here and drag on and are very, I'm between a rock and a hard place, I just don't feel. Do we have a, and this you may not know, but do we have a feel for how far we are behind with, permits and? Okay. Two of them are what?
Sheds.
Yeah, again, I,
Isn't there a pretty stringent, civil service component to this, where they don't get accepted if they don't meet the criteria?
Put him on probation.
We've gotten no other applicants,
No, he's the only one.
we have that option to put someone on probation.
not for full-time?
Herb Dewey, had that option to put him on probation or?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, I got an idea. I don't know if this is possible. So, if the board's not comfortable with it yet, we are gonna hire another part-timer anyway. You said we do have applicants right now for part-time. Why don't we just hire another part-time one for now until,
It doesn't solve, it's a Band-Aid. We're trying to, you know what I mean? Like, we,
Every day.
yeah.
How will we do the probation? You know what I mean?
Well, George is training them.
Yeah, I mean, why we have George, I mean,
3 months.
and he can reassess.
If you want, you bring it back to the board.
3 months is long enough?
I think if we
Well-
hire him, it's gotta be set up front, that there's a probationary
Probationary.
period.
And again, those
And
17 and a
then,
half hours
I
are
don't
with
mean to
George.
interrupt you, but then you have to set expectations during that probationary period.
No, it's okay. It kills me. You know, sometimes I don't mean to interrupt, but the people interrupt. You know,
Well,
I'm just
that's why
kidding.
I said, I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but then they interrupt.
But then you interrupt. Yeah, no, I think we could do that. We gotta maximize those 17 and a half hours with George. Again, George gave his assessment, felt he was qualified, he could do the job. And at that point, you know, if George comes to Christina, myself, and says, nah, he's not grasping it, I don't think he can do it, then we're, you know, we'll see where we are. But I think in that 3-month period, I don't want to overwhelm George or the new guy, but I'd like to, at that point, start bringing in that part-timer to help backfill, so then it's, you know, it's a nice transition. So when George does decide to say, or he wants to scale that down to,
Or we got another part-time.
yeah, I mean, he might say from 17 and a half hours to say, you know what, I just want to do 2 days, 4 hours, and that's it. And, you know, until that point.
As long as we can do probationary, you know.
here's the thing though, guys. If we put him on probation and say it doesn't work out, we decide to terminate him after 3 months, is he qualifying for unemployment now? I mean, is he gonna start collecting unemployment from us?
Yeah.
At that rate, yes?
He qualifies,
Even though it's only 3 months? It has to, you know, isn't there
I
a certain
assume he's got.
time limit, like 6
No,
months
but
or?
he's got history with Sangertown.
He's got a
Qualifies
Okay,
for-
so yeah, so he's eligible
But
for
it would-
now.
It would fall
Something
back
we-
on his full-time from before, right?
I think it falls on both. I mean, they both qualify.
No, we'll be liable. The last person that's,
Yeah, the
But
last
there's a
one,
time period.
the last one gets stuck with,
we get stuck.
been there.
I've been there. Trust me with people,
Well,
employees.
you know what? It's,
I mean,
they're
I'm
on
just
for
saying,
what?
I'm just making a point, that's all.
26 weeks, that's what they're on for anyways. If it's-
That's it there, we gotta look for jobs.
I mean, yeah, that's it. I mean.
I mean, probation sounds fair if everybody has some reservations, and let George give us a full assessment after 3 months, and
I do 3 months between yourself and the person in. I have one now, and I have bring them in, tell them what I like, what I'm seeing. Improve, in 6 months, you got another one, put it out the door.
there you go.
Is that part of your collective bargaining agreement, or is this a process you
It's a
implemented?
process that I had as the highway superintendent.
Okay, that's good.
And you do 3 months and then another 3 months.
3 months to how you do.
Right, yeah.
And in that 3 months, believe it or not, hasn't been good.
Okay, so what was the 6 month?
6 months, I gave him what he needs to improve on. And he's got 2 more months to improve.
And 3 months,
Talk to you again
total
in
of
3
6
months,
months.
which is the 6th month.
we're done.
That's the key, setting expectations.
Right,
You're right,
exactly.
you're exactly right. They can't perform to a certain level if they're not aware of what the
Right,
expectations
so I
are.
say you gotta set the expectations up front.
Yeah, I mean, smart hiring is a big thing, right, with every department, as we go forward. So there's nothing wrong with that, and I think that's a reasonable compromise, to,
I mean, George is our full-time codes guy now, and he, you know.
Part-time.
well, he was.
Part-time now.
He interviewed him and
Yes.
says, guys, this
Right.
guy can do a job, so let's put him on probation and try him.
We don't scrutinize Rick's employees that he recommends to the board, I mean,
That's true.
so,
Right.
I mean,
So give it a shot.
yeah, I mean, so if we want to do that on a contingency of 3 months effective from the date that he is hired. So if it's 2 weeks, whatever, give it the 2 weeks, look at the calendar.
So let me ask you a question, Jim. So basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna put him on for 3 months, review
Yep.
his, you know, his capabilities of what he's done and achieved, and then take it from there?
Yeah.
The end of September, he'll come in, like, sit down with George, I'll see what time. We'll get George's opinion on how to do it, where he's at. We'll see.
What if George is not here anymore, decides he wants to just quit? What do we do then? I'm just saying. Then we have to,
Or mirror the Rick's idea,
Give him what's improved on it.
yeah, and give him another 3 months, and if he doesn't, he's had 6 months, and he didn't perform.
Does civil service have a built-in probationary period? I know when I was hired back in 1989, we had a built-in probationary period.
It's usually 6 months.
Get your mic back on.
Sorry, I didn't want to say that because I don't want to confuse it, but specifically with police, I can tell you that there is civil service. Oneida County has a built-in 3-month probationary period, and I don't even need any cause in that 3 months. If it's just not working out in a general sense. I don't know specifically if that applies to other positions,
Sounds
but it's.
appropriate. And I was wondering if we can, you know, if it's even appropriate for us to implement an additional probationary arrangement in a civil service position.
Probably is not.
That's what I'm thinking.
Civil service controls.
Right, right.
So if it's
So-
built in, then
If they have it built in,
go with
I
that.
think that satisfies probation, what everybody's looking for.
Yep. Okay, so we want to move forward with the probational, or just to,
Well, I
based on
think you
this?
should so he knows that this may be probationary, he may not understand it. I think you should put it in there. Because we're not sure that the probationary period covers codes officer. The chief knows it covers police.
you're talking about through county.
Yes.
Civil service.
I will ask about the council myself,
So you're gonna find out tomorrow? Call him? Okay. So whatever you guys want, you wanna wait and decide and put him on? I don't know, it's up to you guys.
Well, we just have
Or
to,
you wanna put that in there with the?
I think we put that in with the motion, contingent.
Yeah, we could do that, put a contingency.
Okay.
So, do you want to have a motion for Gene Whipple, full-time, based on the stipulations of contingency and checking with the county, civil service at $32.97 an hour? Effective hire date probably August or last week of July, right? Maybe first week of 2 weeks. So maybe July 27th start date or the following Monday.
Christina, it's subject to verification from the county civil service that this is a probationary appointment and that the probation period is 3 months.
Yep. Effective from the hire date. Yep. Oh, motion by Councilman Prestera. Do you have a second? I'll second it. Discussion? Deputy Keller?
Aye.
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 Next, we had a presentation from Kristen Campbell a couple of meetings ago regarding the RWG, which is the Resilient Watershed Grant. It was submitted, the submission date was June 26th. It was filed, and there was the three projects. We will know end of October, beginning of November if we are awarded that. Also, she indicated that there was approved for, I think, round 3 and 4, which we can apply for additional stormwater improvements at that juncture as well, when that comes available, so.
By the way, Jim, I want to comment, and I think that's great. I think this is a great grant. It's going to work out great for us.
Yeah, it's that. if
She's
you guys
really a good
recall,
worker, yeah.
90-10 split, so.
Good.
Next, this month I'll be looking to start the budget process, so it's kind of 2 into 1 here. But nobody's tied to it, but the Association of Towns meeting is in New York in February. If anybody's interested in going, just gonna get a count so I can budget that in when I make the, and we'll make a motion to approve, right, her, who's going. We can do it together or separate.
I would do it together.
Okay. Clerk Moran, interested in going? Okay. So Michelle. Councilman?
So let me ask you a question. I apologize.
No, you're right.
Not fully understanding. So if you make a motion that I want to go, but if I can't go,
That's okay.
You're not tied
Okay.
You're not tight.
Okay.
It's just the
Just
money.
not
So-
Gotcha.
But if you
Okay.
say, I don't want to go,
Yeah,
then I
yeah.
won't budget it.
I got you.
But
Okay.
if-
All right, I'll motion to go.
To go? Okay, so John. Herb?
No.
No? Okay. David?
No, thank
No?
you.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Penny? Okay. Rick? Okay. Christina? Yes? Darlene, do you have any interest? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of, vendors and a lot of interaction, and you might come back with something. Okay.
Are you going to go? Are you going to attend?
I'm going to go, and Christina's also going to go. So we have the motion be to go to New York State Association of Towns meeting in February. We have Michelle Moran, John Latini, Rick Sherman, Christina Lacey, Darlene Evanicola, Jim Messa, and Christine Martin.
I'll move it.
I didn't miss anybody, right? Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Latini,
Second.
second by Councilman Reynolds. Discussion? Okay. Deputy Clerk Keller?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we're going to be working with Bonadeo Group with the 27 budget, and in preparation, I'm sure we'll give out some information to the department heads. Short notice, but they were in a week or so ago, so they're willing to come back. I want to have a meeting set up with each department head with them to go over their budget, and so we have the week of July 13th or the week of July 27th. If either of those weeks work out for Rick and Chief, the week of July 27th, it works better? Okay. So we'll get a hold of Leanne and Bethany, and we'll schedule something that week. I'll put something out in terms of scheduling, probably about, I don't know, an hour or two. It might be less, but we'll go through what your projects are, your necessities, and then wants. in discussion on that in terms of budget. You see 2 containers back there, so I was working with Rick in terms of our green waste pickup. What I'd like to do is implement a town container for each household for the green waste. We're seeing a lot of the green waste in the streets, grass clippings and so forth. So what we'd like to do is, Rick's going to get quotes on that to see. We have 2 different sizes. The red one, I think it's 64. The other one is, I think, 90, just 90 or 92. So with that, we might look into some automated hydraulic lifters. See the hooks on there as well. So the workers, if it's heavy, they can just use the hydraulic lift and so forth for that. Also, Rick did the research on, you got colors?
Yeah, I just, I had to know what color was gonna pick, to let the guy know.
What to quote?
What it's gonna cost. I believe other colors are the same price, but he needs to know that. Secondly, they're not Sourcewell, they're on the Bluff bid. That's a big plus.
Mhm.
Then I'll do that. And,
Go to town color, blue.
get them ordered, they'll be here.
How do you pick the grass clippings and everything up today? So if it's,
Shovel.
So what we want to do is,
Put it in the can.
there's no can requirement currently, right?
well, there is.
Some people do, some people just
don't.
throw it on the ground, on the
Some
road.
people put it right on top of catch basin.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Washes it down.
it's a whole process, right? It's
Yeah.
more than just a garbage can.
Yeah.
It's a, we want to do an educational component. Talked to Rick about this. Chris Moran came up with some great ideas to help, in the beginning before green waste comes out, that we do this whole educational session. And essentially, it's like if it's not in there, we're not picking it up. And then we can go into
Right.
whether.
So this would be just for
isolation
grass clippings, green
and
waste?
green waste
Yeah, green
pickup.
waste, that flowers don't fall.
Twigs.
Yes,
Right.
small twigs.
No,
Both ways? Okay.
The compactor?
I think the red size is probably the proper size, the other one's getting too big.
Yeah.
By the time you fill it, it's gonna be pretty heavy.
Yep.
Talk about the warranty too on those.
The
And
warranty is 10 years on the container. If you look at the container, it's very heavy, built
sturdy.
material. It covers the lids, it covers the wheels, it covers everything. This also comes with the bar for down the road, whenever, years from now, you can still use the container for garbage pickup type of thing. So, yeah.
So Rick, if you said warranty, that can be replaced if it's damaged? They'll
Yes.
replace it?
Yes.
Really?
And they also take an inventory, so they.
No matter what happens, if somebody runs it over, they'll replace it?
If it's damaged, it's going to be replaced.
Okay.
There's also an inventory that they do, so they know where every one of their containers is.
Is that a serial number that is,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
What color are we going with? Blue?
Well, garbage haulers we have today out there use lime green, they use orange, they use black, they use brown. The red I thought was a nice dark color, we could put the Hartford logo on it.
Mm-hmm.
Green waste type thing.
It's too bad that green is gone. the
Right.
color,
Yeah, I know.
because it's a green waste. You can't-
Exactly,
Right.
All these blues are gone?
yeah. So it's either red or yellow. Yellow's pretty bright too as well.
So, yeah, we're gonna pass it down. So it's just, again, an idea that as we look into the budget process and new plans going forward,
What's the cost, Jim?
we don't know yet.
Okay.
And then the machines to pick those up, because they're gonna be
Yep.
several hundred pounds.
Yep. The hydraulics, remember you said you
Is
had.
it to add to current machines?
We can add an
Trucks?
option to the garbage trucks that we currently own.
Yeah.
That goes on the back. And the iron comes down there, hooks onto that rod, and then dumps it.
So, just my observation, my neighborhood,
Yes,
I rarely ever see green waste down.
okay.
Not because you guys already picked it up,
Right,
but because people don't put it down.
right,
Other municipalities say right out, no green waste.
exactly.
Why wouldn't we entertain that
I
option?
love that, but
No, they really like the greenways. I think that's, not the
I
argument.
would love.
No, it's not an argument,
It's-
that's my observation.
No, I know, but they're keen on that, they love that service when you go door to door. They love the greenways, they like the,
Other
trash
towns
pickup.
don't do the brush pickup. They'll spend maybe a month or two, and that's it.
Oh, yeah. City of Utica has a short window.
That's it.
End of story.
That's it.
End of story.
yeah.
Where's the red here? This don't even look like the red. Oh, it must be this one, dark red.
We've spoiled.
They look like the same color, doesn't it? In their pocket.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
get the
it's-
numbers, that's fine, but
Yeah,
it seems like a big number.
What is it?
We're gonna see.
What's the number?
We don't know yet.
I don't know, the 23,000 residents, how many buildings? I mean, how many homes?
Like, probably a little 8,800, maybe 8,000.
We figured 8,000.
Okay,
We'll see.
all right.
It's an idea, just an idea.
So, Rick,
That's
pulling the
an
trigger.
easy $100.
so well, let me ask you something. Do we actually own the container or we
I'm
lease
just,
it?
do the
Oh,
math,
it's gotta be a lot more than
That's
that.
a lot more than a
do the
hundred.
math.
Well, you're buying 8,000, I don't know.
Huh?
You're buying 8,000, make it a break, I don't know.
8,000, we're getting a break.
You know?
All right.
Dave, if you buy them next week, it's buy one, get one.
500 apiece.
As a matter of fact, if you go up to the larger one, it's another, add another 50.
Yeah.
The large ones are very expensive.
Okay,
There you
go
go.
ahead.
All right, let's go, next.
All right, so, John Randall, our Parks Director, has been used as personal vehicle going to all the parks, so he does not have a town vehicle, so I'd like to have a motion to get John Randall a pickup, and, what happened?
Give him a barrel, it's got wheels on it.
Yeah, no. So Rick did, looked on state bidding, he even went to a couple different models and found the cheapest one, which was a Ford Ranger.
Yep.
So, and we do have in here for budget adjustments later on to approve this, so.
Well, he shouldn't be using his own vehicle.
No, that's a liability.
Right,
Yeah.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Any discussion? If not, we'll move to Deputy Clerk Keller.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Next, we have, Rick, if you want to speak to this too, is the highway truck that was ordered.
Going back to the pickup truck, Steve was the dealer, and it's also on state contract, so I was involved.
Right. Right.
My truck is a Freightliner, it's a wheeler. Back, years ago, I'm sure Dave will remember, Rob might remember. I bought trucks, the garbage trucks, buy one, get one free. That was a program, I think they still do the program today, on garbage trucks, leafers and stuff like that. But you have to wait for your money. And then money came back, all put it in the account, that, cause you gotta buy, to get the money, you gotta buy a truck with it. You put it in an account, so there was enough money. So when we found that plow truck, was beginning of the winter, that was part of the deal, was that money was there for that and stuff.
Is this the one, Rick, where we got, the funding for like 400,000? He got you a grant or something? Was it 400,000?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
And so we were able to take, ordered it and they didn't take it, so it was available to us, all done, for 2 years, we grabbed it. But the dump truck, we had permission to get it built, and it wasn't built in time where it could pay both at the same time. So that money was carried over at the end of the 25, wherever it goes, fund balance or
Fund, yeah.
wherever.
Yep, that's where it went.
And now the truck is finished, we have the truck
And the bill.
and the bill.
And the
So,
building.
So, yeah, so, and that's all during our process with Bondi, and we're doing all the things, that the appropriate way in terms of when things are not utilized, it rolls into, so we have. Right. Right. So, with that, we have a budget transfer for that, which we'll go over, but I just wanted to give the back history of the highway truck.
And the short of it is, the funds have already come in. Took
Yes.
time to build the vehicle.
Mhm.
The board
We approved
passed a
it.
resolution to purchase the vehicle.
Mhm.
So everything's in order there, and we'll cover the balance transfer on the
What's the
budget.
balance? What's the balance?
It's 198,000 and change. It's on the budget transfer amendment sheet.
So next, we have Utica University reached out to me. They have their 80th anniversary, and they want to put a few banners up, not many, maybe 5 or 6 on, was it Champlain Ave, by the university going into their entrance. I don't know if we need a motion to allow them to do so.
Should, yeah.
Okay. So if we got any, got a motion to allow Utica University to hang banners on.
I'll move it.
Okay, so give it to Councilman Prestera, second by Councilman Latini?
Yep.
Okay. Any discussion on the banners?
Does this interfere with any of the other banners?
No, that was a great question I asked with Boilermaker and everything. So it's gonna go up,
The timing
yeah,
with the Boilermaker and such?
after that, and it's gonna be through fall when they have, through their, yeah, and like September, October, then they most likely will take it down. So, and they'll do all the installation and all of that.
Okay.
Okay. Next, so legislator,
We gotta do roll?
oh, sorry. Yeah, so,
Aye.
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 aye. Sorry. So we're trying to go fast for. Right. Next,
Keep it going, Jimmy.
last one, legislator, Maria McNeil reached out. They have committees. She's on with the Office for the Aging, and they're doing a thing at the park, July 23rd. I have a flyer in my office. If you guys want to see it, we'll hang it up as well. So they just want to ask if the town would waive the pavilion fee for the use for that day.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Any discussion?
Nope.
All right.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So next we have matters submitted by town attorney, pending foils.
Yeah, I just want to point out to the board, the amount of, the number of foils that the town is receiving, which all municipalities are going through this. And as I mentioned to Jim, I picked up the Albany Times Union last week, and the village of Ballston Spa has actually had to go out and hire an employee at a salary of $25,000 a year because of all the foils that they're getting. The city of Utica has an attorney that's just designated to foils. And I've got to tell you that Sue and Michelle are doing a wonderful job, because some of these foils go back 50 or 60 years, and they're trying to track down documents, then it's almost impossible. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Herb, isn't there, or is there a clause that says your request is unreasonable?
Yes.
Too voluminous?
Yes, but the way the courts have interpreted it is another story.
Okay.
It's just hard to find, or it's gonna take a long time to find. That doesn't count.
Okay.
The courts are totally in favor of the applicant under FOIL.
Okay.
The other thing is, we have a FOIL appeal that everybody received from John DeMore. And that appeal basically asserts that we have acted in bad faith because we told him that it was gonna take us, I can't remember if it was 30 or 45 days
Attached, the water's attached.
to comply with his request. And the reason that I set forth was the fact that George was leaving, which has greatly impeded us in terms of getting some of the records that George and Dory might have had. The other issues become, I know Dory was away on vacation. I think she's away again this weekend and part of next week. So it's been very, very difficult to comply with this request. And I've asked for a reasonable time. To provide it within 5 days is unreasonable. Further, and I think Dory did this yesterday, she was going to tell John because he's asked to come in and see the entire file. And I said, Dory, let him see the file. There's nothing in there that, we wouldn't give him. So I would ask that his FOIL appeal, he's asserting there was a constructive denial based on bad faith. I believe we've acted in good faith, and George has said that it was going to take up to 45 days, and that was prior to his leaving. So we now have on a part-time basis, and I think that's more than a reasonable basis.
With that, just want to piggyback off that. I'll defer to Clerk Moran. As it relates to the FOILs, your department, because that would fall under your department, that's something that you foresee, adding a part-time person, let me know. But if everything's running fine, that's great too. But if you feel as though with the amount of work and that your staff's doing, do you think that's something?
But at the current time, it ebbs and flows,
Yeah.
I've got to give Chief Fontaine kudos, he's great on the ball with FOILs. So like I said, we could get a lot, and then some are bigger than others. The smaller ones, not necessarily a problem, but for right now, that's right. Shannon Guernsey, Shannon's amazing with FOILs.
Was the highway trucks back in 2018 that we owned over the years.
Yeah, that's one of the requests, goes back to what?
So it's been timely in all departments.
She's been a good asset to you, Rick. You've been helping a lot.
So, yeah, just keep us posted on how the workflow, because again, we want to make sure everybody's taken care of, you're not overwhelmed, because as the town attorney mentioned, other municipalities have added staff as a result of that, so, okay. Anything else, Herb?
Yeah, I just had one other thing. As you know, we may be getting an application from Sangertown with regard to a possible expansion. They have asked that we verify that our local law, which adopted section 118-16P of the code, was actually mailed in to the state, and that it is referenced as being attached to our town code, and they want to make sure that the full section has been attached. And what I will do is just hand it to Michelle and ask her to kind of take a look and see if it is attached. That's the first page, and I'll give you the second page, Michelle. That's all I have.
Is that just reference to the size, Herb, of the
Parking.
parking lots?
Yep, that's all it is.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
Did you need a resolution on the FOIL denial?
Oh, yeah, I need a resolution whether you're going to affirm or deny the FOIL. Yeah, deny the appeal. And if you're gonna deny it, I would say it's on the basis that we verified that, in fact, George Farley has gone to part-time, and as well, we've had numerous vacations that have impacted our ability to comply with it for a period of 45 days that was requested.
And that's 45 days from June 26th on this
Yes.
letter?
Yep.
Okay. But still a continuation to provide the material
Oh, yeah.
within that period of time?
Yes.
So do you have a motion to approve or to deny the appeal, right?
It's either to affirm
Affirm.
our denial or to reverse it and indicate that we have to immediately comply with the request.
I'll make a motion to affirm the town's denial.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Tehan. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Latini. Discussion? And we'll go through roll call.
Just on the discussion, again, we're gonna continue to seek to provide this information to Mr. Demore.
Yes, I
Yes.
think yesterday.
Within that
Dory was gonna
45-day
call him.
period.
Dory was gonna call him and give him the whole file to look at.
Okay.
Would
Very
it
good.
satisfy the FOIL if he has access
No.
to it? Okay, okay.
Or You've gotta provide him,
Yep.
you have to electronically
Yeah,
provide him.
okay.
the document.
If he elects that.
If he
you
says, yeah.
Yeah. if
Yeah.
elects
Yeah, he
to
has that
do
option,
files,
but-
yeah.
Right. You're right, Michelle.
Deputy Clerk for the roll.
Aye.
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 Anything else, Rick?
That's it.
Okay. Moving on to Town Clerk Michelle Moran. I know. Is it this one?
Well,
Yeah, sorry. So, clerk's monthly report, a total of $2,698.09. Of that, $113 went to New York State Ag and Markets for dog licenses and spaying and neutering. And $180 went to New York State Department of Health for marriage licenses. The rest was returned to, both the general and the part-time funds this month via checks to Christina. And, clerk's report. And the second part of my agenda is we got an inquiry just yesterday as regards to the New Hartford Fire Department, Fire
Spectacular?
Truck Spectacular. He asked if he needed a large gathering permit. We quickly
it
pulled
says
forward.
1,000.
Yeah, 1,000 or more. I couldn't find where there was a permit issued last year, so I went ahead and had him fill out the permit.
I think there was, but I don't know.
Actually, I found a letter after that.
Okay.
Waiving
Oh.
the permit.
Mm.
So they submitted everything along with the map and the insurance, so we had the permit, and so I just wanted to see if we just wanted to continue with the permit, or if we want to do the waiver process from via letter. I talked to Jim Toomey, he said he could do whatever we want. But we
Well,
do
you
have
could waive the fee.
we do have the permit
Yeah.
ready, so I think we probably should just proceed with the permit.
Right.
I would say so.
Waive the fee.
Yep.
If it's okay with the board. It's the fire department.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So we take the permit, waive the fee.
Motion.
So motion to waive the fee, motion by Councilman Prestera,
Second.
by Councilman Latini. Discussion? And roll for when Deputy Clerk is ready.
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, he submitted the insurance, and
Yep.
you had a chance to review that?
Yes, that's fine.
Anything further, Clerk Moran?
Okay, thank you.
Chief Fontaine, you're up.
since the last meeting, I don't have the exact date in front of me, I apologize. We had damaged one of our police SUVs during an arrest. The individual that was being arrested kicked the door. $1,554 worth of damage. I checked with the insurance carrier, $2,500 deductible, so we're going to have to go ahead and get it fixed, and then we'll try to get restitution, but we'll just fix that out of expense. Just want to let you know that
What was that restitution? I'm not.
we'll put in, we charged them with criminal mischief in addition to several other things, so we'll submit to the court a restitution request. They could order it, and we could probably get a couple bucks
Sure,
a year.
okay.
So,
Great.
but the insurance said it was a $2,500 deductible, so obviously not worth submitting a claim for it. Doris Road, we had a couple issues at a property there. I copied Herb on it. Sent them a warning letter. There's some codes issues. Someone possibly residing in a camper in the rear of the property. Several neighbor disputes amongst other residents of neighboring properties. So I did, it's a rental. I did send the property owner of record a warning letter, and I've been in contact with the property owner who lives in California. He seems pretty receptive to trying to work with me and the tenants to collectively try to reduce the responses there and restore the peace between the neighbors, so we'll see. But he's in California, and he's been calling me, so we've been going back and forth trying to, he's looking for some help, so it's a good sign. He's not, he's engaged.
Can you forward me that information, Chief?
Yeah.
In case I
Yeah.
get any contact from the
Absolutely.
people in the ward?
Next item, animal shelter update discussion. So we've made some progress there. I know the Parks Department got pulled away with several other projects. John Treen's willing to, where he can, carve out some time to help with some of the sanding of the floors there. The equipment's been rented, so we have the piece of equipment that we're paying for, so it's just sitting there right now. John's willing to try to make use of it to just keep us moving in the right direction there. And once we get to that, we'll see where the Parks Department's at.
Yeah, I think they were there today.
Okay, okay. Oh, were
Yeah,
they?
Brian and Anthony were there.
Okay, all right. Great. After that, we can assemble the kennels that are still unassembled there, and then, the HVAC discussion, I know that's part of something else. We don't have to worry about that right now. I think you're looking at an RFP or something that,
Yeah,
but that's,
okay.
I'm not worried about that right now.
Okay.
Along those lines, we've interviewed a handful of people for the part-time position. The volunteer idea, it's helped a little bit, but we've been so busy there that John needs a hand. We've interviewed a couple, narrowed it down, I should say. One individual I have to do a further background check on. The other individual who's interested is Luke Wilson. He's currently a volunteer there. He's an 18-year-old college student. He's got the time to dedicate to the weekends, so.
Is this part-time, Chief? Or?
Yeah, it's part-time. We created the position a while back for part-time shelter assistant at $20 an hour. So I was gonna ask if we could appoint Luke. He's currently a volunteer, but we need to we need a commitment to give John a break, so.
You need a motion on it?
I think Jim had a question.
Yeah, so is he going back to college, or is he on part-time?
He goes to school locally.
Locally,
He's
okay.
at Mohawk Valley Community College, so he'll be able to
Stay on?
help us on the weekends.
yeah.
And we may have to bring someone else on, only just to offset Luke's hours, because the issue we're having is the commitment with the volunteers. So before we go beyond him, I'd like to offer him the position before we just bypass him. He's already been volunteering there for several months. And
He's doing a good job,
nice
right?
young kid. His parents, parents drop him off on time every time. Does whatever you tell him to do. He's just nice kid.
Yeah. So we have a motion to accept Luke,
I'll move it.
was it Wilson?
Luke Wilson, yes.
At $20 an hour.
Start date is just be pending civil service once I get him hired.
Okay.
I'll motion, Jim.
Motion by Councilman Martini, second by Councilman Reynolds. Discussion? And we'll call for a roll.
Aye.
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 Next item is the United County Stop DWI High Visibility Enforcement Campaign Grant Agreement. Just, need the town supervisor's signature on that so we can continue to recoup the.
I already read it. Chief, thank you, sent it to me.
Okay. So I have a motion for me to approve United County Stop DWI
I'll move it.
program. So motion by Councilman Prestera, second by Councilman Reynolds. Discussion? And Deputy Clerk will roll.
And authorize you to sign.
Correct.
Aye.
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 Next item is requesting a motion to surplus 2 police vehicles, and we have a box of used assorted emergency lights and a box of metal partitions that all were stripped out of old police vehicles. So currently, one vehicle is at $4,550. There's another day left on the auction, so I guess I'd ask for a motion to surplus it for $4,550 or more. It's not gonna be any less.
So we get a motion to approve the surplus.
I'll move it.
Motion by Councilman Latini, second. Second by Councilman Prestera. Any discussion?
The VIN on that, the last 6 of the VIN is A71231.
What's
That's
that, Chief? Say that again.
the VIN number, the last 6 of the VIN for reference is A71231. Second vehicle is a 2015, so it's even older. Last 6 of the VIN are C27210. It's currently at $2,075, so it would be sold for that or more.
Okay, do you have a motion?
I'll move it.
Okay. Motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Any discussion? And Deputy Clerk for the roll.
Aye.
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 Next,
Yeah. Did we call the roll on the first one? No, I don't know, maybe we just approved it. Did we call the roll on
I
the first one?
believe I did.
Yeah, we did.
I think we did, right? Yeah.
That's okay.
Good. That's good.
next is one box of assorted used emergency lights. It's right now it's at $65. It's scrap, so.
Right.
I'll move it.
So we have a motion to surplus the miscellaneous.
Second.
lights.
Miscellaneous lights, yeah.
Yeah, so motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Discussion? And we have Deputy Clerk Keller for the roll.
Aye.
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 Lastly, box of metal vehicle partitions. It's currently at $25. It'll be 25 or more.
I'll move it.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Prestera. Discussion? And then we'll go for the roll.
Aye.
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 I didn't think, guys, that we did a roll on the first one. So I don't think we want to come back to this next month. You may want to
Oh,
just,
we
even
can
if
do it
it
again.
duplicates.
Yeah, I get it.
But I have Councilman Latini and then Prestera, first and second, but no roll.
For which one?
The first, the 4550 minimum sale amount, the VIN A71231.
Okay, I think you're right, Dave. So,
What year is that, Jim?
Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Well, it's okay. That is a 2020.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilman Latini, second by Councilman Prestera. So we'll just go for a roll.
aye.
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 Next item on the agenda, Andover Ave sign placement. So the Town Highway Department has installed the no truck traffic sign on Andover Ave. I've communicated with Brian Snow, the manager over there, as well as Carl's Furniture, because I think they were the probably heaviest user of that street with the large 18-wheeler trucks. Brian had some concerns. I explained to him how to kind of, where I don't think that's going to inhibit anybody from reaching their destination. The concern is the damage to the property on the corner there of Andover and Wilbur. And the way I see it, everybody who's, any large truck that needs to reach that back side of the park, of the shopping center, businesses there, the loading docks, what have you, should be able to do so without impacting Wilbur and Andover and Wilbur.
Can I say something, Chief?
Yeah.
So I happen to be in the plaza. How are we gonna enforce this? Because I spoke to a few of, actually I was in Carraz's shoe store, and they said they're still using it, the big
Yeah.
trucks.
But just, the sign just went up a couple days ago, so now that
That's what I figured.
everyone's been given the
That's what I
notification,
figured.
which I felt was fair to let them know, because,
Okay.
we'll do some enforcement there. If they do cause damage, then there'll be an accident report filed, and then the driver of the truck will be, among other things, faulted for.
Just happened that they
failure
mentioned
to be
that
a
to me.
traffic control device, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also spoke with someone at one of the stores there, and 3 of the stores, they got together and they're going to talk to their deliveries and make sure that they're aware. It was brought to my attention that some of them may not understand English, so it's a little bit, challenging to convey the message of where they need to come in and out, but they're going to do their best to make sure that they are aware of how to enter that
Yeah.
and exit, so.
And we may have to, revisit it on the enforcement side. We haven't done any enforcement yet, because I wanted just to get, let the business owners know. Like I said, Brian Snow was concerned, but I explained to him how it's easily avoidable. His concern was the trucks might touch Andover. And I said, well, that's not gonna really be a problem, or something that's gonna require a lot of enforcement action, as long as they avoid Andover and Wilbur and ripping that guy's
Right.
landscaping down.
I got an email from the original complainant, thanking us for the signage, indicating that it was being totally ignored. And I explained to that individual that it was brand new and that I had passed it on to the police department as well as the highway department. And their response was exactly what we would anticipate. So again, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chief, I don't know if digital signage for a period of time, if you have one available, could
Yeah,
help?
we could put it down there, our messaging sign,
Just
yeah.
a thought, to
Yeah.
draw extra
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Sangertown Mall Services invoice that was being questioned recently has been paid for anyone who, I think I might have emailed on that, but just to confirm.
Yep, excellent.
Paid up, paid in full. Next item, the Hartford Central School District has submitted their annual SSO, SRO, and special events agreement for review and signature by town supervisor for the 26 and 27 school year. So,
Herb, you
Yes.
reviewed, I
That's
assume?
basically the same
Same.
agreements.
Okay. Can I have motion for me to approve
I'll
and
move
sign?
it.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Discussion?
And that's a full 100% reimbursement, right?
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Deputy Clerk Keller for a roll.
Aye.
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 Next item, building infrastructure discussion. Had a few discussions with town supervisor regarding generator here at the town hall and flooring in particular at the police department. So I'm not really seeking anything tonight, but I just want to pay, Jim, I'll just give you what I have. You can take a look at it. The generator, the significant cost increase for natural gas. Significantly less for a 500-gallon diesel option. So again, it's not something we need to, I just wanted to make sure you had the documentation, you can review it and discuss it down the road. Or
No, I appreciate that, and you're taking the initiative. You know, I guess when we look at the area, I mean, it was a week ago, yesterday, we had the storm come through, and all I can think of is, you know, here we are thinking about generator, and, you know, tornadoes are now really predominant in our area. It's not like it used to be, so,
right.
you know, so.
You
that
definitely
being
need
said-
to do that.
And,
So 2 out of the 3 vendors for the generator, I only got a reply out of from 2 out of the 3 that I contacted. The third one I haven't heard from. And then there's 3 flooring vendors. One is more reasonable than the other. But again, that's, I know we kind of were, that might tie into something else flooring wise you had
Right. So
been looking at. But so I just wanted to make sure you had, I have copies, so just want to make sure you had
Okay.
copies for.
We definitely need the generator.
Yeah, so what we're doing is, I put both Rick and Chief Fontaine in contact with our rep at MRB Group. Rick's got a vac truck, and Chief's got a law enforcement grant they're looking for.
Yes, yep.
We're also asking her to look into, to see if there's something that could be used for the generator as well.
You want me to keep that then? Because I'm.
Yeah,
Okay,
why
because
don't
I
you,
reached out to her and we're setting up a meeting, so.
Okay, she's
So-
great, and again.
I forgot that there was that opportunity there for that, so yeah, if you don't mind, I'll keep those and then I'll.
Yep, I'll send it back to you. I just want to see the prices, but yeah, so if she has something, I thought I heard there might be something available, so if so, she could help work on that, that could save us some
Yeah.
cost.
Yeah, must be on top.
But it's, I think it's a nice addition to the building, not only from a, you know, for operational sense, but also, like as you mentioned, for the PD side, it's almost critical that we are up and
Yeah, we
running
have something
during
over
potential natural disaster.
I have 7 diesel generators out there at our sewer pump stations. And once a month, unless we have a busy month, once a month we go out. I drop
Start 'em.
the fuel.
Okay.
Start 'em. They start automatically, but we check the fuel once a month. They do all that.
Is that right? Okay.
Okay, I'll circle back on that after I meet with her,
Yeah, let me know. That'd
try
be
and meet
great.
with her next week.
Yep, perfect.
Michelle and I have talked, and Herb and I have talked in the past, the town solicitor permit application. I don't want to speak for Michelle, but I think we both had some concerns on, you know, we're permitting, the town government is in essence permitting individuals to go on private property to sell things, and I think maybe we could do a little better job at the background checks with some more information from the applicants. So I submitted a draft, again, we don't need to decide tonight unless you want to, but just tonight, maybe you want to table it till next time, but take a look at the document, write on it, make some suggestions, deletions, we can talk about it, just right now, the way the form is, and it's because it's just an outdated old form that's been used here forever.
Yeah.
It asks for a record of convictions, so that's not even anything that I can legally, release.
Right.
The only way I would have to be able to run that or ascertain that is to use the DCGS database, and that a permit application is not a sufficient reason to do that. So I think if we come up with some different questions, we can get more information, or we could explore the possibility of them having, you can get your own criminal history as an individual, you pay for it, and then they could submit that information, but again, something, I think we need something a little more. I don't know,
Yeah, I think
Michelle?
that safeguards our constituents a little bit. Good idea.
We're getting a lot of non-local
Right.
individuals, which in theory, and it's proven true, aren't in the New Hartford PD database because they don't live around here, so
Right.
they're
Right.
from other states, other California, Texas, you name it. yeah.
Right.
The teams
Right,
of these.
right. Like Michelle will get, you know, like 10 people from one business for pest services or, you know, yeah. So, if you wanna look it over, we can talk about it next time.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. So we'll put that on the agenda for August
Yeah.
5th meeting. Okay.
And it's in the packet, so you can
Yep.
take a look at it. And America 250, I guess we did that already. We talked, debriefed on that
Yep.
at the beginning, so that's all I have.
Keith, I just want to point out, I guess you've been getting a lot of these ATVs operating on the roads. I know I've been in New Hartford Town Court at least once in the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So you guys are doing a good job. I
We
guess-
seized 2 of them, and I think one you're aware of, we spoke about. But so the e-bikes and these ATVs, like, it used to be the ATVs, the four-wheelers, and that's one of the ones that we recently seized and ticketed the operator because we got complaints on their operating in neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods. But the other trend I'm seeing is these e-scooters. You have to be 16 to ride one. You can't ride one on any road with a posted speed limit above 30, and you have to have a helmet. You cannot ride it on the sidewalk. So there's a lot of that that's not understood or understood and being disregarded or being ignored. But
They can be they can be ticketed,
yes,
Chief?
yes,
And that's what they're doing.
right.
One of them was a group of, I guess there's a group of kids in Woodbury
Yeah.
that were riding around. I had them in court, and the one in court today had like 4 or 5 tickets for aggravated unlicensed, had a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, the Woodbury
So,
neighborhood's
Paul Kelly
made several.
prosecuted that.
Woodbury's made several complaints.
Yeah.
And that's where that one.
Chief, what happens if we find a situation where they're not actually have a driver's license or too young?
Well, in a lot of the cases, you don't technically need a driver's license. If you go back to the scooters, you don't need a driver's license
We
for the
just issue them
scooter.
a ticket as a.
Correct. They still can be ticketed.
It's a local law violation. The kid I had from Woodbury was 14.
Okay.
I don't believe so. No. Is there? There's a lot of, and the laws on them are relatively new.
These are dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
They fly.
Oh, especially
I mean,
those,
they're going 30 miles. I see them all the time, these kids.
those e-bikes.
We had a collision recently, I think it was in the village with an e-bike into a vehicle. And they're just not safe.
No. No, they're riding them up. I mean, they fly too. I mean, they're not, they move.
Highway, next. Chief, you're all done?
March 7th, we opened up the bids for the traffic signal on top of the hill, Chapman, Higby, Valley View. We had one bid, which was Powerline, who's doing the work down on the bottom of the hill as well. That one up on top of the hill is not going to be nearly I want to say there's no pedestrian crossings or anything like that. It's going to be a pole upgrade, new poles going across, still with the signal, new type of signals on it, and new software, new box. It's going to have a camera video detection system, replacement of the controller, the cabinet, and also a battery backup. The project came in at $343,996.88. That is about, it comes in with budget what I had left from that $800,000.
That's it, the only bid.
Pardon?
That was the only bid. Yep.
There's only 2 people in the area that do it, and it's Syracuse Utilities and Powerline. So I've seen Syracuse Utilities is busy with all the work going on 81 in the city.
So, I would like,
Powerline's reliable anyway. He does a great job.
Yeah.
so a motion to accept Powerline.
I'll move it.
Motion by Councilman Latini, second by Councilman Prestera. Discussion? Okay. Ready for the roll?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Next thing I have is Johnson Control contract renewal. Lee Shannon sent a copy to Herb to check the application.
Yes, you did.
And, it's one that we have, it's, just bring it back into, terms with our agreement for this town hall fire protection. It's $2,842.85 for 1 year. And this copy of this goes to our insurance company, which they're waiting for, to make sure that we're compatible with fire service here, and fire sprinklers and all that. So they're waiting for a copy of that. So we're good to go. And it just needs to be renewed.
I need to sign that at all, or?
Let's see. It may be. Let's see. Service solution, payment, signature date.
I'll move to approve the supervisor to sign that.
Second.
So a motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Tehan. Discussion? Then go for a roll.
Aye.
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 Next thing I have is, seal coating quotes. I have 3 of them. Washington Mills Parks, like I said earlier, FEMA project has been done, grading is done, I'm gonna send that in as the final completion date. And this here, we're going with our equipment, we own a seal crack machine, seal the cracks, there's very minimal, and then get it seal coated. And then it'll protect that parking lot, which is quite a large parking lot. And then once that is done, I'm going with our men, we have a striper and a striper that they can park the show. And, this will come out of the paving. I've got one quote from Three Brothers for $9,450. I have another quote from TCW for $14,962. And I have another third quote from Professional Asphalt Maintenance for $12,764. I also have another quote, I got 4, from Scott Seal Coating for $15,489.50. So I recommend Three Brothers to go in there after I get it crack sealed, just seal coat it. You notice in the town of Hartford, there's a lot of work being done by Three Brothers.
Yep.
They're a good outfit.
I'll move it.
They're the lowest bid.
Any idea why they're so much lower?
I think, within the fact that he just had a new building put up,
Oh, okay.
and worked with the town worked with him, and
Yeah.
that was his bid.
Okay.
Yeah, so motion for Three Brothers.
Three Brothers.
So, motion by Councilman Latini, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Reynolds. Discussion?
Did we need a resolution to go out to bid for this?
I just went out to bid, being part of the paving program.
But even for paving, you need a resolution to go out to bid, yes?
We'd already did that for my main roads that I'm doing. I'm gonna bring up another paving job right now for Oneida Street. Yes,
Okay.
we did.
All right. Do we need a resolution to have
No,
gone out for bid?
he
for
already
this?
was part
Okay.
of the resolution previously.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
So the other thing I just want.
Hang on, we gotta do the roll.
Okay, roll call.
It's okay. I like where you're going with this.
Aye.
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 Next one, Rick, you have a paving?
Yes, Oneida Street, from Oxford Road to Elm Street, part that's not done. In my experience, I've already done the lower parts called like phase one down at McDonald's
Mhm.
a couple years ago. Through DOT, I borrowed the Vermeer wheel, cut the joints, we cleaned them all out, we put a binder in those joints. And then once those are all done, then we came up to the pavement. So I'm gonna get the Vermeer wheel again through shared services, through DOT, do the same thing with the joints. And then I'm gonna put binder in those joints. And I've talked to Jim, I've talked to, sent into my foreman, myself, with our experience. I'm going to pave the road from white line to white line, east or north and south. The road's in bad shape. Hit the binder coat, is gonna give it a smooth road. It's not gonna be a finished coat, but it's gonna give it a lot better ride if they had it. Okay, once this other bid goes out for sidewalks, curbing, etc., if they have to get into that a little bit, I don't want them coming back and saying, well, you binder coated it, you top coated it, now we're ripping it back off. Right. So it's just binder coat, gets them the road they need for the fall through the winter months, and then this other bid comes through for the sidewalks, curbing. I definitely feel that road needs to be done, and we're doing the same process as I did before.
Yeah, that process worked great for actually phase one, phase two.
Yes.
But, yeah, and we'll convey to the residents in the town too that what we're doing, so it doesn't look like we're shortcutting,
Right.
you know, the paving. We're doing it more strategic, you know, in a sense where if we did have to do something underneath, we'll take care of it. So, and that's another part of the process too, is
And
those water lines.
that money's for that paving, that part of paving that we're doing is going to come out of that curb.
Mm-hmm. Right,
Separately.
right.
So
Yep.
Just to, that's what we're gonna do up there, and we'll be starting as soon as I get the, towards the end of July, and work our way through, to Elm Street.
So do we need a motion on going out to, are you going out to bid for that, or you just,
I'm gonna definitely go out to,
for the road?
yeah, cause they have to come in and measure it and give me a price for that paving. Yeah, I didn't get that.
I'll move it.
He's gotta go out, ask him
We
to go
don't
out to
need,
bid?
Oh, so he's
we
gonna,
don't need a motion for him to go out to bid.
Well, nothing about the bid because I'm using it
You're
right
using-
now.
Oh, I see.
Okay,
Where they're,
Oh,
their bid,
okay,
so I don't have to go to bid.
all right, okay. Anything else? Okay. Finance personnel. You want me to?
yep.
All right, so I'll go through it to allocate funds to cover the expense of the street lighting loan payment to New York, PA for LED lights, a street lighting project from A 91200-0, general unrestricted fund balance, 52,500 to A 51820-40, street lighting contractual. If I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Any discussion? And Deputy Clerk for the roll.
Aye.
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 Okay, next is to allocate funds for the 2025 Mack truck loan payment. This is from Highway Part-Town Unrestricted Fund Balance, DB 91200-0 to DB 97200-6 for the amount of $34,515.60. If I get a motion to,
I'll move it.
motion by Councilman Latini, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Reynolds. Discussion?
Christina, do we know why this account ended up short? Because that was a fixed payment for this Mack truck.
Yes, so it was never put into the budget for this next budget.
Okay,
The only thing that's put in that account is that.
thank you.
Okay, and clerk?
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
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 Okay. Next, this is for the, this is for this is to reallocate funds for the original budget line to accounting oversight 2026 contract. We're taking $34,767 from A 90600-80 to the A 13150-40, comptroller contractual. I have a motion to approve.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Tehan, I was right.
Second.
Second by Councilman Reynolds. Discussion? Councilman Reynolds. And
Did you skip
Aye.
one? Aye.
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 Okay, all right.
Aye.
okay.
All right, next we have budget amendment to reallocate funds from original budget line to accounting oversight 2026 contract. We're going from A 14300-10 to A 13150-40 in the amount of $10,000. Do I have a motion to move?
Move it.
Motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Tehan. Discussion? And roll.
Aye.
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 Okay. The next one is the one we talked about for the 2025 truck, highway truck. We're moving it from highway part-town unrestricted fund balance DB 91200-0 to DB 51300-20 machinery purchase, new machinery in the amount of $198,392.50.
I'll move it.
Motion by Councilman Latini, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Reynolds. Discussion? And roll.
Aye.
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 Next, this is for the new truck for the Parks Director. Taking it $36,450 from A 91200-0 and moving it to A 71100-20 Parks Equipment. Have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Reynolds, second
Second.
by Councilman Latini. Discussion? And roll.
Aye.
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 Okay. Next, we have to allocate funds for the 2025 audit. You saw Drescher Malecki here. We approved the, this last meeting, so now this is just to move the funds over from A 91200-0 in the amount of $20,000 to A 13200-40. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Tehan. Second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Latini. Discussion? And roll.
Aye.
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 Okay. All set on personnel? All set? Okay. Next up, we have Councilman and Deputy Supervisor Tehan. Which,
What'd she say?
animal shelter one?
I thought you did.
No, it's not on
Not
here.
on ours. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so this is to reallocate funds to the animal shelter expenses from the revenues received for those services. So we have 15,000 coming from A 15501-0 to A 35100-41.
I'll move it.
Motion by Councilman Latini, second
Second.
by Councilman Reynolds. Discussion? And we'll go for a roll.
Aye.
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 Just to give a little background on that, it was coming from the revenue that we're getting from,
Yeah.
just that revenue.
Gotcha. Thank
Good
you.
job.
Do you need,
We'll probably need to do that again
Right.
later this year.
Central Park?
So-
Oh, yeah, we're gonna do that next. That's gonna be the first one, I think. Councilman and Deputy Supervisor Teahan, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. I see what you're trying to do, move it along.
Resolution number 216 of 2025 entailed an expenditure for $222,500 specific to the Sedgwick Park Drainage Improvement Project that was granted through a bid process to Murphy Excavating. There was a change order in the amount of $6,225 that didn't receive board approval through a resolution. In our work with Bonadeo, they've identified that these are types of scenarios that we want to make sure that we have board approval on record to support the expenditure. So the ask here is to obtain board approval for the change order in the amount of $6,225. And the revision is to approve the maximum not to exceed $228,725 specific to the Sedgwick Park Drainage Improvement Project. I will make a motion to do that.
I'll second.
So a motion by Councilman Teahan, second by Councilman Latini, second, or discussion?
Is this the one we did?
This is where they needed the
Doing this
structure,
Yes.
Rick?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where
Yeah, the work's
additional work-
done.
Yeah.
Everything came out
Perfect.
well, very well. But any change orders, I guess the lesson for all of us, now that we're aware,
Yep.
we need to just obtain board resolution.
Good move.
So what would you like to do when we're in the process? And board meeting's not for another month away. Is it, can we do, an email to everybody? Or do I have to wait another month to close up the project?
No, I wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't want to hold up the project. I think an
email.
email in anticipation of the expenditure
And
and
at the next
your
board meeting.
recommendation because of this, that, and the other reason.
Okay.
I'm fine with that personally.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
okay.
Makes
And then-
good sense.
Identify it as an emergency.
Huh?
An emergency.
Right,
I'm just saying, as long as you have something.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I mean, so we're not caught uninformed.
Okay. Further on the fire safety inspections, the revenue received
You
for,
need to roll on
what is that?
We need a roll,
Change
we need a
your
roll.
roll.
We need a roll.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm not alone.
I thought we had it.
Aye.
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 Okay, Dave, go on.
Okay, thanks.
Your floor, baby.
It won't take long. The fire inspection revenue for June of 2026 amounted to $11,524.49, total of 17 payments received, and the number of inspections for the month totaled 19.
Wow.
One other topic I don't have on here, and only because I've gotten several communications from various residents, both anonymous and not anonymous, related to Merritt Place stop signs. I've received not less than 6 or 8 complaints. Some very irate, some a little more cordial. I wanted to get Chief's input on this with respect to the stop signs. If you can remember, Chief,
Yeah, I remember.
the both before and after situation with those stop signs at that intersection.
Yeah, I remember the concern was the curve there, if you come down to Merritt. You know, and I mentioned this last time, I forgot who, it was a complaint base that someone asked for. It was the
Last year.
residents, it was a property there,
Yeah,
right at that corner, yeah.
The previous supervisor brought it to the board's
Yeah.
attention through,
Yeah.
through a complaint from a resident.
I mean, there's not, and I think I mentioned this before, and I usually do this with, try to do this with, when these things come through. You know, there's not, and I'll double check if you want, I can double check, but I'm, off the top of my head, there's no, I don't believe any crash data there that would, you know, so sometimes that, I think, should be a factor in when we resolve to put these signs up, you know. I understand that certain traffic patterns can be alarming, but again, if there's not crash data to support a hazard, then, you know, I think we should take that consideration. I could double check the intersection. I don't think off the top of my head that there is.
Yeah.
And I've got some complaints as well. Why are these stop signs here? I've lived here for, 35 years, and
Yeah.
I've driven through here unencumbered, and now I have to stop.
Yeah. So, I mean, the board followed the legal process.
Yes.
You know, they put out the public notice. We did a public hearing the following month in November. There weren't any residents that came to speak on the topic. And I fully acknowledge that these notices may go unnoticed.
Yes, I'm
They're
sure.
in the newspaper, they're on our Facebook page, they're on our website. Not everybody has an opportunity to see those, and I think we've all discussed in the past, we have an opportunity for improvement here as well. Whether we send out notices to residents in the immediate area, whether we use digital signage to let people know, hey, new stop signs being proposed here, speak to the meeting on X date in the future. Those are things I think are good best practices and learning lessons that we can potentially implement. There's been a lot of anger about these signs, and I fully acknowledge that. I understand, and I appreciate the residents' feedback. I'm personally open to revisiting this if the board is as well. I say that only as a matter to get it on record for any residents, because several were anonymous.
Yeah.
Very, very angry, but anonymous. I'd love to be able to hear from them directly if the board is open to revisiting this, and that's my only
and I see-
acknowledgement and offer to the town.
I see the concern on, let's see, I'm going off memory here now, there was nothing there before? No stop signs at that?
I think there were two,
There's two.
right?
We could have went to a 3,
I think,
we
yeah,
went to a 4.
east and west, I think there were stop signs on Medford and Avalon,
Yes.
right? And Merritt,
But-
north and south, did not have any.
Right,
And I recall you mentioned maybe 3,
yeah,
but 4 came
yeah,
to fruition.
right.
So, just a thought. Just
Yeah.
wanted to acknowledge the concerns from the residents in that area that travel the road, obviously, on a regular basis,
This-
daily, day in and day out.
No, you bring up a couple good points. This is not the first time we've had stop sign issues with neighbors, and I think you touched on it. I think we should do letters to the homeowners. We're going to start utilizing the town crier. We already have when it relates to public hearings, and we can do that on file that on the Facebook as well. I think the signage is a great idea. And this is the second time where we installed the stop sign and neighbors came in afterwards and said we weren't notified, and so, or they weren't aware. So I think if, I'm open to, hearing the residents, if it's something that they're very vocal about,
Yeah.
they're unhappy about, and I think the board should listen to them, have their opportunity. Obviously, they weren't here, so they didn't have that opportunity. So if
Well,
everybody's,
you have to have a public hearing
Sure.
to
Yeah.
rescind, and if nobody shows at the public hearing.
Right.
I mean, my suggestion would be if there is such a number of people opposed, they should circulate a petition to the town board asking them to revisit.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very
We
good
had
idea.
another one as well on Arlington.
Yep, they're complaining. Well, actually, it's, not Arlington, Rick, what's the one that comes down by, that goes up past Joe Lisi's?
Westminster?
Westminster. There's one in every corner, and the people are flipping out, there's too many stop signs.
Will's Drive is the other one.
3 people
Yeah.
called me last
Mitch
week.
Ford came and we ended up rescinding it.
No, that's still
No,
there.
it's still there.
That's
Oh,
there.
it's still
Yeah.
Still there, and it's important.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rescind that one.
No.
The problem is, we acted on a complaint.
Right.
We did everything we're supposed to do, and we installed the signs after a public hearing.
Now we get complaints.
And now
Right.
we've got a complaint, and we're gonna,
Well, here's the thing.
every stop sign, we're gonna get somebody complaining about it.
But if we-
Anonymous
And we're gonna
complaint
rescind
may not
it.
even be.
No,
No, I mean, it's a tough decision.
Yeah.
But if we do the extra steps, then we avoid this whole conversation.
Oh, I
Future.
agree.
You're right.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, all
Figure
I'm
it out.
saying is we
Yes.
shouldn't rescind what we've done, but we need to make sure it doesn't happen again.
I think the letter to the residents and whatever that
Yeah,
circumference is, that would be huge.
yeah, whatever we gotta do.
You get a letter in the mail and you don't,
But if,
But even if
No.
you send out a dozen letters, they're gonna tell a dozen people, and they're gonna tell, so
Yeah.
the word will get out.
Right,
Right.
that's important.
It's very
but
important.
is it?
and the other thing too is I do see a bit of a hazard with that, the way that one road curves there. The people that are complaining, it's unfortunate. I see where they're coming from, but I mean, I guess where I'm wondering is if are they really complaining because of the couple seconds of stoppage?
Yeah, I don't know, I mean,
And then maybe it's, and again, I understand that because maybe it really isn't warranted, and that's where I go back to the crash data. To
Right,
say
you
if
had-
there's not,
Yeah. So if
they
they,
can bring next time if
so
you
if the
wanna.
board was presented with a petition, then we would be able
Yeah.
to
revisit.
revisit. So if that happens.
That's fair.
Maybe we'll go down to a 3, and like we were
Yeah.
trying to do in the
Yeah.
first place.
My thing is, if you take them down and something happens there, so why'd you take them down?
Yeah, it's tough.
Well, we, yeah, we,
That's what
yeah.
it's
Right.
required.
We
I know.
followed the law initially,
Put 'em
We
up,
did.
take 'em down,
and
if
now
something
we're
got
gonna
hurt.
take them down.
I did some extra steps there as well. I put the little signs underneath that says 4-way.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
also painted stop bars.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in the
that's
road.
always helpful. Yeah.
That did help. At least acknowledge that they exist,
No, we'll see
you
what
know, and help people understand there was a big change. So that's
what
good.
happens.
That's it, thank you.
All right. Councilman Reynolds.
Yeah, planning and ZBA board compensation and attendance. We've talked about this previously. I would propose that we go back to the original law where board members are compensated whether they've attended the meeting or not. Now, in most cases, that's really not a big issue. And I would ask that the chairman of the ZBA and chairman of the planning board would report back to us in a timely manner if someone is unable to perform their duties, then we take action. But to try to dock someone for missing a meeting, we don't get docked for our meetings.
But they have alternates that we're paying to them.
And I understand
So
that, I understand
that's-
it, so we need, that's why I say we go back to the original, and revisit the alternates at some point. But, under the original agreement, there were no alternates.
Right, there were no alternates,
so-
and it was yearly salary.
Yes, that's right.
Well, Dave, you made a good point, because I had 2 people this week, I'm not gonna mention their names. I got 2 phone calls. One, she said, I only got $189 in my check. I mean, I'm really not doing this for the money, but. And then the other one had docked down to $300-something, and we don't wanna lose these people either, and,
Well, they have an obligation to make the meetings too,
right.
and that needs to be reiterated. When someone puts an application in.
I agree with you.
Zoning board, and we look at it, they've gotta be told that they have a responsibility.
100%.
So we put this change in local law 6 and 7 in 2004. This board approved it,
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
yes,
So now you want to reverse that piece,
I
right?
do.
Okay.
2024.
And in the last meeting, or 2 meetings ago, I provided, which Dory shared with me, the attendance records for
Yes.
2025.
Yes,
And there were several. two or more.
Okay, so maybe they need to be removed.
Okay, no, I'm just
But-
bringing it to your
but-
attention
No, I understand.
because,
I saw that too. Well, all I'm saying
because
is,
nobody's told us about those until I asked for the attendance
no, I
records.
agree, I agree.
So,
That's why I say it's incumbent on the chairman of both those committees to report to us the attendance, if you will.
well, I think the easier way is we get a monthly update on the attendance
Right,
records
yeah.
from the
Whatever.
secretary of the both boards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That
So it's available.
We
So-
get a report, and when their renewal comes up, that's a determining factor as to whether they get reappointed. But,
So do you
That's-
want to change the law also with respect to the board's ability to remove somebody? Because that's part of the current law.
I don't.
Midstream,
I'm sorry?
midstream.
That is part of the current law?
It is.
Okay.
The board has the right
Yeah, yes, I'm just
to,
thinking.
to remove a planning board, a ZBA member
For not.
for
not
attendance issues.
What,
so to
was it
speak.
more than 3, Dave? Was it?
No,
three?
it was two or
Two
more.
are
Two or more.
unexcused, though, you
Okay.
probably, if somebody's ill.
Right, and that's where our discretion comes in.
So Dave, let me ask you, your proposal is to put it back the way it was, and they get paid even though the alternate comes in? Is that what you?
No, I think we need to revisit that whole alternate situation.
Okay.
And I understand it was important, especially for Dory, because now she has to make sure that she has a full board. So therefore, she'd call an alternate, hopefully to get a full board or a board that would function, and that's legitimate.
And
But
that's working out real well.
But
Yes.
it goes back to the
Had to use
fact that, the current board members have a responsibility to be there.
But you're making it easier for them not to be there because you're paying them. And then you're paying a,
Yeah, go ahead.
I've had a couple conversations with, no, he's the one who brought it up, and he has said that he's not trying to get it back fully where it was, he just wants, so for example, they have no agenda items on July,
right,
they want to be paid for that meeting,
right.
because nobody's control,
Right,
Right.
that's exactly what he said, Chris.
That's it.
You're right.
not
Not this
the
whole,
other part.
right.
He's like, if you
Okay, and that's not my understanding.
That's,
I spoke to him too. That's,
call an alternate, you're paying alternate, not the person that called Friday night that they can't come.
okay, then there's confusion, because that's not what he told me.
Because I said, that was the original way it was supposed to go. I don't know how it got where they did it all. The original way it was supposed to be.
if they show up to a meeting.
They were calling Friday
If they show up
night,
to a meeting.
they called alternate, not the person who called it.
Well,
The local law that was put into place in '24 is clear. Herb wrote it, and it's black and white. And I'll read it to you. The town board shall have the authority to designate 2 alternate members for said board to be called upon to attend meetings as may be requested by the chairperson of said board. Members and alternate members of the zoning board and planning board shall be paid their attendance fee pro rata based upon meetings actually attended. Members and alternate members may be terminated by the town board in the instance they miss 2 meetings in any year, absent good cause without the sole discretion of the town board. And
I just got the attendance in it. And there was one that missed.
Okay,
right, so,
all right, if the board's not inclined to do it, that's fine.
I have no problem doing it, but if we're gonna police it, then we police it.
But that local law didn't say like if there was no meeting, then they don't get paid, right?
Pro rata.
Pro rata, based on
Pro rata.
meetings attended,
Meetings attended?
Pro rata means,
So they would not get paid
correct.
if
Yeah.
there's no meeting in June
right.
or July or whatever.
That
Pro
was,
rata means you break it down to a per meeting.
The 24.
24.
Yeah, so of whenever that was,
I think this is a little confusing, that's what's
I
going
don't
on.
necessarily agree with that part. I don't think we should be paying someone to sit home and help.
No,
That's the thing what I think we're talking about.
Right, and that's what I said, to revisit the alternate
Right.
situation. It's incumbent on that member to be there at the meeting.
So, okay.
it's like
We're
Epic
not-
We,
Costello.
we don't wanna be school teachers keeping attendance. That's not what we can do, okay? If somebody's gonna get appointed, it's under the expectation they're gonna do their
Obligation.
best.
That's right.
Due
to attend.
diligence, due diligence.
If they can't, for good cause, illness, tragedy, whatever, that's obviously something the board takes into account. Nobody's looking to punish anybody for that. But if they're absent good cause, then the board needs to take action.
Certainly, that's what I'm saying.
So,
And we don't need to keep attendance, but in fact, we would be
Well,
keeping attendance.
yeah, but we as a board,
No, well, I'm not saying the board
Don't
does
need to
it. I'm
police
saying that the chairman does it.
Yeah. Well, if that's the responsibilities we're gonna put on them, that's on them, but I think it's easier just to, if they're not there, they don't get paid, and then if the alternate comes in, they get paid. If there's no meeting, they get paid.
There you go.
If there's no meeting, they
They get
get
paid.
paid.
Yes, that I agree with.
I certainly agree with that.
I agree with that.
That would be a change.
That would be a change.
that's a change.
So no
And,
meeting or getting paid.
correct.
Right.
I think that's I talked to the CBA chair, must have been at least 20 times on this, and I've said the same thing. And the main factor that he brought up was they didn't have meetings and they weren't getting paid. So he wants to get paid if there's no meeting.
I agree
So
with that.
That's really
I
what it
think,
comes
I
down
think,
to.
I think that's kind of what, it's confusing.
It
I'm
is.
trying to digest it, but I'm listening to what Christina said, you made a good point. I'm listening to what Dave said, Reynolds, he made a good point. I get it. And here's the other thing, guys.
I didn't make a good point reading this, I guess.
No,
It's not confusing.
No,
It's
I
literally-
agree with
No,
you,
it's-
Dave. That was.
Herb did
you're
a
right.
very good job
No, I
writing
agree
this.
with what you said. No, there's
It's
no.
black and white.
Right.
Right,
So
but I think
if
that's
anybody
where-
was confused after this was implemented into law, then they didn't pay attention.
Right,
But they, so,
but Jim,
They
I
don't like
think
it.
you're on board, right, with putting it back to where if there's not a meeting, they still get paid.
yeah, it's very simple. If there's no meeting, the board members get paid. If they miss a meeting and we're pulling in an
And I think
alternate,
that's
the
kinda
alternate
what-
gets paid, the ZBA member does not get paid. But that would result into a whole,
I remember when we
Public
voted
hearing.
as putting the
All right,
alternate
I
in,
don't have a problem with
we
that.
all agreed that the alternate's gonna take the pay for the person that can't make it that night.
so,
Okay,
It does not affect our budget.
so we have,
Right, it doesn't affect the budget, I
So-
agree.
so we have to change the local law by public hearing.
yes. Public hearing to compensate even if there is no meeting.
Correct.
A regularly
Pro rata
scheduled
is
meeting.
gonna be taken out.
Correct.
Correct.
You got it.
Okay, you want to schedule a public hearing for that?
We gotta get the law drafted first.
Yes, yes.
So we'll have that at the next meeting,
Yeah, we,
or we just
You
want
gotta
to
make,
take,
you gotta make a
or
motion for
take
it?
that and just cross out.
Do we need a motion for it?
yes.
So, all right, do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Discussion?
Okay.
Okay. Roll.
Aye.
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 Both.
Both.
Draft a local law and
It's-
schedule.
We have to schedule a meeting. And Dave
We're gonna
says
schedule
we
a
gotta
public
draft it,
hearing.
and he's right.
And have the local law drafted by that time.
Right.
Okay, we all set there?
Yes.
The bed and cannabis tax,
It's
The-
up to me, Dave, I haven't spoken with the legislators, they're both up for reelection.
okay, and both of those will need their
Yes, oh
push.
yeah.
Okay, because we collected like $30 in
Yeah.
bed tax.
And like, what was it, the cannabis was like 300 or something? I mean, when we were getting nothing. Yeah, it was like increments, it was like 4,000.
How are we getting this if legislation hasn't passed? They're just volunteering to pass?
Who's paying?
County.
No, not bed tax. We're getting bed
No.
tax money?
No, It's
Well, we got
cannabis.
$30
Yeah,
of bed
we did.
tax from someplace.
They
We-
get bed tax.
We did a
Local law, but
to
it
get it.
has to be by state law.
Right, I understand, but where did,
When did this $30 come in?
like last month.
it's been at least 2 months. At least 2 months.
It might have been May, because we got
Yeah.
the cannabis in, I think, February.
The county pays.
Oh, the county?
Can't collect it, we gotta give it back.
Yeah,
The county would get it from the sales, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
but
right.
The bed tax came from the county?
That's how it comes, yes.
it was, I mean, both were
Can you check
extremely
that?
light.
Okay.
Let us know.
Yeah, it's important.
But that $30
No,
hasn't
not,
changed.
not right now, that's fine.
That $30 hasn't changed. It's been there, it's just on the books at $30. I mean, some,
Cannabis has dramatically, even,
Yeah.
Mayor Ryan even said the same thing.
it went down.
Yeah, like, a
Why would it
lot.
go down?
Speaking of bed.
We
I think
gotta,
there was a calculation error.
yeah, that's what I mean. We gotta find out what's going on.
It kept growing every quarter. It was a quarterly,
Okay.
yeah,
All right, so we'll look at that.
yep.
And Herb, you're gonna?
Yes.
Okay.
Next.
Fire safety inspections, I think we've covered that. I spoke my piece on that. Also, Jim and I have talked with the Presbyterian home. I think we've talked about this in the past. We've met with them a couple times and looked at the facility with an eye towards providing meals for our seniors. In the short term, it would be a takeout situation. Right now, they go to the church in the village, and there's maybe 4 or 5 or 6 people that are taking advantage of it. The meal is provided by the county. We think this would be an improvement, both in terms of facility and in terms of the meal. And it would possibly lay the groundwork for a much more inclusive senior center. And I guess I'd like to propose that we, assuming Herb has looked at the legal.
Yes, I've looked at a license agreement between the Presbyterian home and the town of New Hartford, as well as an addendum to that license agreement, which provides for the use of 3,500 square foot room in the facilities. It's called an activities room. There's a fee of $200 per day as well. There is also availability of a meal prepared by the Presbyterian home at a cost of $5 for any individuals who want it. This license agreement is terminable at will. In other words, we can cancel.
Terminate anytime you want.
Yep.
So I guess we probably need a motion to
The only,
proceed.
the only question I had with it is it says, in consideration for the license granted hereunder, the town shall pay to the Presbyterian for use of the designated license space a license fee in the amount of $200 per day, which is due and payable in advance of any day. I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I think we can work that out in terms of,
Can't pay it in advance.
No.
we
No.
can
Bill us monthly or.
monthly.
Right.
Subject
That's
to
not-
that change, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm sure that
And
they're,
it'd be Monday through Friday, 9 AM to 4 PM.
Right, and it probably would not be, at least starting out, every day during the week.
No.
It might be 1 or 2,
right.
as I see it, as Jim sees it. I think I don't want to speak for
Yeah,
Jim.
no, exactly. A couple days. Also, it's, say for example, the town needs to do something else there, other than senior, we pay the $200 for that usage of that
Right.
day. So, yeah, and I think it's great. They'll have I think a much better quality meal.
You need a motion, Jim?
I think we need a motion to proceed, and then myself and Jim would meet again with their representatives to provide some insight as to how we might roll this out.
Okay.
We're not putting anybody in there in terms of employment. They may provide some volunteers,
Mm-hmm.
but we're not employing anybody there.
So, yeah, they'll have the parking and their own separate entrance, as we saw.
Right.
So.
And that's defined in that agreement too.
Correct, and bathroom
Yes.
usage, the whole nine, so. So is that a motion by
Yes.
Yeah, I'll second.
Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini? Any further discussion?
Nope.
And call for a roll.
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
Aye.
Anything further?
Nope.
Okay. Go ahead.
Point Connors, I've talked to him several times,
How many did you say we have?
we have two right now that are on the building, providing,
Yeah, we have four in
We have
total,
four.
right? We have four in total.
Yeah, yeah.
You got Dan
Steve.
Trevisani, right? He's still
Steve
doing it.
Surratt.
Steve Carrat.
Yeah.
Steve.
I don't know who the fourth one.
No, there's one more. I remember four.
Four.
I can't remember the name.
Who's the fourth?
Gary on there.
Gary?
Gary who? Never
No.
heard of him.
No.
No, but it's a good point. We'll look at,
I mean, you don't have to take this in,
Yeah.
no, yes, we'll target that. Yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, I agree.
That'll help with getting us to 100%.
Yeah, we have four. I can't remember the last one.
So you're saying only two of them are working?
Just one.
Mike is literally the only person who needs special.
Well, if they're not working, let's get rid of them. I mean, what's
Well, we're
sense
not
is it?
paying
We're
them.
not paying.
Oh, we're paying for the recertification.
Well, then we shouldn't pay for it.
Right,
Let them pay for it if they want to stay on. Otherwise, let them go.
right.
That's what she's saying, so.
Yeah, I agree.
So do we
Okay.
want to,
For 2 years, I think the recertification we have left.
When does that recertification come up?
We just did it 2 months ago.
What's it, once a year?
Okay.
But that's it. We don't do it again.
I know we had four.
They don't wanna work,
I
then
can't
you'll
remember the fourth
recertify.
name.
One of them has a full-time job right now. We're
yeah, he's not doing it.
Yeah,
Steve Carrat.
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's not a full-time job. Nevertheless, it's still, you shouldn't get paid. Right. No, you're right, 100%.
17 and a half.
Guys, you see, when it gets late, we get punchy.
It's early yet.
Yeah.
We can keep this going till 11. Go ahead.
11.
Alexis is like, I don't know about that.
Well, Alexis.
All right, all right, next we have Councilman Latini.
Okay, so, all of us should have gotten a letter from, our chairwoman, Heather Mowat. She is up for her planning board, position, which is a 7-year position, I believe, come, December 31st, so, we got a lot of projects going. I think she does a great job. I think we're all aware of that now, by now anyway, so I'd like to make a motion just to reappoint her.
So, did we post this yet?
I think, well, we posted it, did we post it yet? I mean, it's a 6-month thing. I mean, if you
No.
guys wanna wait till the first of the year, that's fine with me, but.
No, so 6 months ahead of the term expiration, which is
Okay.
now,
Mhm.
we would post it for 3 months as we agreed upon in the process,
Okay.
and take it down. And after receipt of any applications, the board would review and make a recommendation.
Fine with me?
I have no doubt she'll get ample support.
Okay.
But,
No, I get it. No, I get you.
and I think she would agree, she's fully process-driven,
Yep.
which is what we're trying to do here as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
that's fine with me.
that should be the process
Follow
we would
that,
follow.
and that would be,
So,
Now,
no, right, but I'm saying like, we would appoint in what, October, November?
October, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
October, November?
yep,
All right.
that's
And
fine.
is there anyone else up on, you have the list there?
No, I mean, the planning board has a couple outdated ones, so, for the alternates, which we can update. There's one, let me see, zoning board of
Should be
appeals.
all set.
We did Lenora Murad and Dan McNamara
Yeah.
renewals, I think, a month or two ago.
Yes.
And they just need to have the dates updated on the website.
Okay.
So I can communicate those to Christine.
Okay.
Okay, other than that, that's all I have for tonight, gentlemen.
Okay, next meeting is August 5th, 2026. Lastly, I just want to, Christine's not here. She wasn't here the last two meetings. Reason being, her daughter was accepted at UNC. So in June, she was down there getting the apartment. And today, she's down there with orientation. So congratulations to Aaron and both Kevin and Christine for
Yep,
her daughter going to UNC. Yep.
Nice.
So have a motion to adjourn.
I'll motion.
Motion by Councilman Latini, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Tehan. Discussion and roll.
Aye.
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 This is gonna be an antique.
It is. That's even, that's a different color than the one I got.
You can all pass your folders down to Clerk Moran.
Matt Bone got it for
There you go.
the rest of his soul.
Saved you.
Who did?
Matt Bone. Matt Bone was